Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Not doing it. Morning, YouTube Live. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, it's Thursday, February the 13th. Yes, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. You celebrate it, And if you don't have someone in your life, a partner, celebrate yourself. Love yourself because you were wonderfully made. There's a reason for you being made. There's a purpose for God having made you. Find your purpose, but first you got to find love, which is loving yourself. Because you can't ask somebody to love yourself when you don't even love yourself. All right. Take care of you.
Facts.
Take care of you. Take
Say
care
it
of you.
again.
You
Say it
cannot ask
again.
somebody to love you when you don't even love yourself. You better get in front of that mirror and tell yourself, I love you. I appreciate you. And I apologize to you for all the times I took you for granted. Yeah, we take ourselves for granted.
I'm so proud of you right now. Remember 2 years ago you couldn't say that?
Ja.
I am so proud.
Listen, life is a journey, right? And the goal is to change, evolve, grow, mature, be better today than you were yesterday. Learn from history. And if you were not tuned in to Adesoji Speaks Knowledge last night, you missed out on a valuable, poignant message from Sister Aya in the podcast Woman and Resistance. And they were honoring the mother of Fela Kuti, renowned African artist. Check him out. Check out his work on all your streaming platforms. But his mother, as I was listening to Aya describe her and talk about her, I was like, what? That kind of sound like me. There were little bits and pieces of me in her story. But I walked away with the message of, you are powerful. You have power. You have purpose. Exercise your power. Use your purpose no matter your stage in life. No matter where you are, you can be influential. You can be effective. You better recognize. You don't have to have the alphabet behind your name. You don't have to be the most qualified, academically speaking. But right where you are, you can be useful, purposeful. Thank you, Adesoji. Thank you for that space last night. And if you missed it, I invite you to head on over to YouTube. Go to find Adesoji Speaks Knowledge and listen to that podcast. Listen intently. Yeah. All right. Where was I? Back to the opening. Back to the opening. Yes, it is Thursday, February 13th. Thank you for joining me for Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee in Toe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your nonstop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We're also live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. And please remember to subscribe, like, share, and leave a comment. Of course, I gotta say welcome and thank you to my studio audience, courtesy of Fanbase, my Fanbase family. All right, as always, we kick it off in the Caribbean corner. But before I get started, I gotta say this morning, Mad Libra. Mad Libra is with us on YouTube. Remember, you can enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Head on over to www.grantcoffeehouse.com. Go ahead and use the code Coffee in Tow 20. Yes, Coffee in Tow 20. Again, earn 20% off all coffee products at checkout. Just use the code Coffee in Tow 20. All right. Morning, morning, morning. Sula morning, Marlon morning, Johan morning, Adesoji morning, 18 morning, Ja! Rastafari. How's everybody doing this morning?
I'm doing good.
Good morning, everyone. His
Good
Majesty's.
morning, Adesoji.
His
Good
Majesty's
morning,
Kingdom.
good morning, ladies. Yeah, and yes, and long may He rule over us. Yes, yes,
I'm
yes, yes.
I'm Miss Mama.
Not so much. We have a king now. We have a king, King Charles III. His Majesty.
Are you able to tell us who you're going to be talking about next week, or we have to keep the fire burning and wait until next week?
Oh yes. We've actually come to terms with announcing who we're going to be speaking about. We're going to be doing it in the course of the program.
Okay.
So next week we're going to be talking about Sister Lorraine Hansberry.
All right. Okay. Are we
Yeah.
gonna? I've never heard the name, so I'm gonna
Oh
be
my.
learning.
Raisin in the Sun. If you Google it, you.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Gotcha,
Raisin in the
gotcha,
Sun.
gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha, 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 gotcha,
Out of out of the great city of Chicago.
gotcha. You know what? Let me say this to people listening. Do not feel bad for not being familiar with something or someone that's being spoken about. Remember, it's 8 billion people in this world, plus billions who came before us, right? There's so much information out there. It's overwhelming, I know, right? But as long as we stay in the state of wanting to learn, being aware, we'll be okay, right? You don't have to know everything. And that is why we have spaces like this where you can come and learn. It's the quality of things, men I know. I say this all the time. I have learned so much since January 2022 when Coffee and Toe was birthed. Well, it was really birthed in 2021, but when we made it official in 2022. Yeah, I have learned so much, and every day I am learning, and I'm so grateful. And the other thing too, I want to say to people, get into spaces where you can learn. Get into spaces that will inspire you to think, right? Wherever you go, whoever you align yourself with, the spaces you're in, you should be able to walk away a better person. You should be able to, or with the intent to be a better person, because there's a seed that was planted while you were around, you know, those people, whoever those people are, right? A lot of times we're stagnant because we are in the wrong setting. You know that, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Why am
No,
I being philosophical? What do we
no,
have
no. It's
philosophical this
nice.
morning? Hmm.
It's nice to be philosophical. It's being philosophical is a sign of growth. Um,
Man, girl.
yes, it's a sign of growth. It's a sign of growth.
Yeah.
my mom would say, talking about mothers, she would say, try and get into groups, but be mindful of the kind of groups you get into, because if you're the smartest person in said group, you're not gonna grow. So you get into groups where the idea of what you know is a beginning, because she will also say life is not a finished product. Life is a building in process. So,
yeah, definitely. Talking about mothers, spoke to my mother. So last week in one of our conversations, what is today? Was it last week or this week? I don't even know. What is today? Thursday. Probably could have been this week. So I had sent her the link to the website. So she finally went and looked at it. So she said to me, "Our website's supposed to be pretty?" So I said to her, "There are no real rules about websites." She's like, "I like it. I like it." So she started to listen to one of the episodes. Now she's at a stage in her life where she has lived. She really has lived. So now she's like, she don't want to take anything too serious. She used to one of her things to indulge in was the Maury Povich show, where she would be cracking up hysterically. But right now she will tell you anything that's light and lighthearted, that's what she wants to enjoy, right? But she said she started to listen to one of the episodes and she's like, "Listen, no, sir, that's not for me. Those conversations are way above my intelligence level. I can't, I can't keep up. Y'all are too
What?
intelligent for me." I'm like, "Yeah, thank you for making fun of us. I appreciate that."
I don't think she was making fun of you.
No, so in other words, what she means is that keep doing the good work. Yeah,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
but your conversations are too high level for me. And
That's beautiful. Thank you, Mom. We are so proud of this young woman right here. If I had the horns and the clapping and all of that, I would be doing it right now.
But you know what? It's possible because of all of you too, right? One monkey don't run no show.
yes,
It takes community. It takes
yes,
community.
yes, mama can be.
Mama. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get this started. Thank you all so much once again. Thank you to everyone listening online. Thank you to everyone on YouTube Live. All right, Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue 2025 now accepting applications. I need to turn the fan on because this ring light is killing me. Okay. First story, courtesy of Caribbean, dotloopnews.com. Don't laugh at us, Adesoji, don't laugh. When you're at my age, you see, you're a man, you will understand. When you're at my age and stage, you don't want heat. You want all the coolness you can get in life. Listen, I tell you, when I catch Eve, you wait till I catch that girl named Eve. I'm going to deal with her properly. Why you give me the eyes? She caused this far away, all this stress. But anyway, the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue 2025, set to offer a transformative educational leadership experience, has announced that applications are now open. The event, scheduled for May 22 to June 1, 2025, plans to bring together 100 participants from both the Caribbean and Canada for an intensive cross sector leadership development program. This program will be focusing on creating positive change in communities across the region. The diverse group of participants selected from across Canada and the Caribbean will have the opportunity to engage in peer to peer learning, discussing complex real time issues, and improving the quality of their decision making processes. Under the theme, Impact Driven Leadership, Creating Positive Change in Our Communities, CCLD 2025. It will explore 6 crucial sub themes. And these sub themes are diversity and inclusion, sustainability and innovation, ethics, impact, collaboration, and advocacy. An opening plenary session will be held in Toronto, Ontario, where all 100 participants will have the opportunity to hear from a range of leaders across government, industry, education, and civil society. Each group will embark on a tour to one of 7 Caribbean countries: Bahamas, Barbados, Bermuda, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, and Jamaica. This is where they will dive deeper into one of the 6 sub themes. One group will explore the overarching conference theme. After the tours, participants will reconvene in Barbados for a closing. Okay. So, this is the part I think that's important too. Applications for CCLD 2025 are open to individuals from the Caribbean and Canada, with applications currently being accepted from the following countries. So, listen carefully. If it's for you or you know someone who can benefit from this program, please pass the information on. So, here are the countries: Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Aruba, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Bermuda, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, Cuba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, Haiti, Montserrat, Netherlands Antilles, Puerto Rico, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, Turks and Caicos, and the United States Virgin Islands, as well as across all of Canada's provinces and territories. The applications for the program close on March 1, 2025. I'm going to pin the link for this on the Coffee and Toe website. Applications for the program again close March 1, 2025. The website is commonwealthleaders.org. So at the end of the show, I will be updating the Coffee in Toe website, and you will be able to go to the link commonwealthleaders.org, which you'll be able to find on our resources page. All right. So definitely stay on top of that. And spread the word where that is concerned. And the goal ultimately is to learn and improve our islands. Take whatever knowledge and expertise that is shared with us so that we can further develop our countries. All right. Next up, we head on over to Barbados. Sugar farmers warn of industry collapse without pay rise. This article can be found on barbadostoday.bb. Private cane farmers on Tuesday laid down the gauntlet to let the government and the cooperative firms running the sugar industry, issuing a stark warning that the industry could face collapse if their pay increase demand is rejected. The warning from the chairman of the Barbados Sugar Industry Limited, Mark Seeley, came as the country prepares to begin the 2025 sugar crop, which he believes may now get off the ground towards month end instead of mid month. While all of the current payments for cane are up to date, the private farmers are hoping to get a hike on the price with which they have struggled for the past 5 years, Seeley said. Asked if he is optimistic of getting the increase from the government, the BSIL head replied, saying, "If we can't get to the increase, it is going to severely affect the industry, because at the moment we're not really making any money, not at $190, bearing in mind that we have had that $190 since 2020, and this is now 2025. He also argued that during those 5 years, the COVID-19 pandemic struck, inflicting a series of supply chain issues on Barbados, coupled with a rise in prices in the region of 40% and even higher. All right. So he also said that he submitted figures to, well, he has to submit figures to the government to show that obviously the prices have gone up considerably over the last 5 years. And he's saying we normally get paid a total of $190 a ton. Why that sound a little bit to me? $190 a ton, and they're looking to go to a very reasonable pay of $210 a ton. How much pounds is ton? Hold on there. I forget my maths here now. That sound like a little bit of money to me. That don't sound right.
Just look at just look at the size of an average car.
That's a ton?
Yeah.
For 190, that sounds like highway robbery.
Yeah, but you have to understand that base products of stuff usually don't cost because they're not processed. So basically, you're just getting the cane. When it turns into rum, that's added value. When it comes into your stuff, your cakes, your stuff like another added value. But usually the base product itself doesn't cost much. It's like a barrel of oil. A barrel of oil is about $100. But if you refine it, now you're talking.
So you're telling me $190 for 2,000 pounds of sugar? Is what you're saying? So, I mean, I know that. But what do I know? It's not my industry, not aware of it. Aware of the ins and outs of it. All me know about sugar is about cane. Let me put it this way. All we know about cane is what? The good old rum. Nothing like good old rum. Rum do everything. Rum make you feel good. Rum keep your keep your organs going. Yes, preserve you.
Yes.
Rum
Yes.
is medicine. When you have giant pain and you have flu, you suck down yourself with like a rum. Yeah, rum is my end all. But anyway, let me be serious for a second. The byproducts of sugarcane, right? You have bagasse, which can be used for furniture, and the bagasse is the trash. That's after they have extracted all the juice out of the cane. The trash is turned into bagasse, which is used to make furniture. Yes. Next byproduct, we know we have brown sugar, white sugar, good old rum, vinegar, molasses. What else we have again? We spoke about this the other day. What else? What are the other byproducts of rum? Oh, God have mercy. You can't tell some of a rum problem of sugar cane. Back like a rum growth on the ground. Oh my God. For Lord, work with me, work with me, work with me. All right. So, byproducts of sugar cane. You can also use the trash to feed your animals. I remember growing up, we used to get the head of the cane, the part that looked like grass to feed our cows, right? So, yeah. So, animal feed, alcohol, I didn't know this. Tobacco, molasses is sometimes added to tobacco products like hookah and what's this shisha? I didn't know that. I learned that today. That's interesting. Wow. Hmm. You can use the molasses as fish bait as well. Yeah, molasses can be used as ground bait to attract fish. All right. You can use it to fertilize your soil. So holy pa byproducts, folks. All right. So Barbados, do what you must. We cannot afford for the industry to fail, right? Deal with the thing. Because of all of that, what matters to me the most is the rum. Good. I done that. Morning, Mr. President. Morning, Irie. Irie girl. Y'all are late to class. But just take a seat in the back. Don't make any disturbances. We're here learning, right, Ja? All right.
Absolutely. You have been testing us lately.
Jeez, yes, no, because you see, we have to make sure we keep our brain sharp, you know. We have to keep our brain sharp.
Yes, yes, yes. And 1 US ton is 2,000 pounds, just
Right.
if you wanted to know that.
Yeah, yeah. I looked it up and I noticed it, and that's why I said to Adesoji. So I tell me say £2,000 for $190. £2,000 of sugar for 109, or you know what, Lord. Well, let me get this right. Let me get it right. Let me go back to the, let me keep it moving. Woo!
Did you put the rum in your coffee already?
That's what's missing. That's why I'm not coherent this morning. That's why I'm out of sauce this morning. Started off late. Because I was hungry. I had to eat something this morning. I had a headache when I woke up, and I know it was because I was hungry. And I didn't put any rum in my coffee. So that's why I'm out of sorts, Ja. So you recognize the importance of rum? It helps to balance me. Keeps my brain cells going. I should probably go tip a little in my coffee cup right now. But anyway, let's keep it moving. All right. So a map showing Guyana's new river triangle as Suriname's territory, not ours. Let's get into this one, courtesy of oilnow.gy. The Suriname Guyana Chamber of Commerce said it was not party to a map showing Guyana's new river triangle as part of Suriname's territory at a recent conference there. The image in question was not part of any SGCC materials or proposal. The referenced map was included in a PowerPoint presentation by an invited conference speaker. The clarification came after media reports that the map was shown at an international event hosted by SGCC. In an earlier media report, the SGCC chair, Dr. Vishnu Durga, reportedly told Stabroek News that just as Guyanese citizens are taught the new river triangle is Guyana's, children in Suriname are taught that the territory belongs to Suriname. We just respect whichever country we're in. We just respect their beliefs, and both governments have put a place in border commission to resolve the matter, and we respect their authority and wait until they have concluded their work. Ghana's Foreign Secretary Robert Prasad has since called on the Guyanese to be aware of Guyana's territorial limits. The new river triangle remains an integral and indivisible part of the territory of Guyana because it was so determined by a process recognized as binding under international law. But hold on, what really are going on in South America? A lot of lines, borders, territories in question. Because there's issue with the Essequibo region, and that of course now that issues between Venezuela and Guyana. So now we have issue between Guyana and Suriname. Where exactly is the new river triangle? Where's my map? I need to pull up my map on Google. Mr. President, morning. You sent this one over to me. What really are going down there? Um, Hold on. Because this is it that this area is on the border between Suriname and Guyana. Hold on, folks. Let me see if I can. New River Triangle area. All right, let's take a look. Where you there? Bear with me, people. Me have to look on the map. Okay, so the New River Triangle area. Okay, now I see why it has the name it has. So it is on the southwest corner of Suriname. Yep, southwest corner. And it is, you have Brazil, Suriname, and Guyana that border the river. Okay, interesting. Or the area, I should say. Huh. Didn't know that. I learned something new today. Geography, folks. So we learned about the. Now, According to Wikipedia, it is also called the Tigray area, which is a Dutch word. Um, the Tigray area is a forested area in the East Berbice Quarantine region of Guyana that has been disputed by Suriname. Hmm, interesting. So, well, let's see what the commission comes back and says. The border commission come back and say who it belong to. Now, if them come back and say, you know what, it belong to Brazil, will Ghana and Suriname be okay with that? Just asking. All this thing about land. Anyway.
I was just going to say that everybody fighting over land that was not theirs in the first place.
Because next to gold, land is king. You said catch is king, land is king. Alright. Let's see how that one plays out. Next up in the Caribbean corner, Canadian company completes airstrip roads to kick off $5.4 million ounce or 5.4 million ounces gold project in Guyana. Why you are sad? Them have them own airstrip, so you know. I'm having a thought before I even read the article, and shame on me for that. But you know what I'm thinking? When you have your own airstrip, will the government of Ghana truly be able to keep a tab on how much is extracted? Anyway, let me read the article and behave myself. So, according to couturenewsonline.com, Canadian mining company Aris Mining Corporation has completed key infrastructure developments, including a camp, airstrip, and site roads for its estimated 5.4 million ounce Toro Paru gold project in the region 7, Cuyuni, Mazaruni, Guyana. The gold project and its adjacent properties, collectively known as the Upper Puruni concessions, consists of two gold deposits, the Toro Paru deposit and the Sona Hill deposit, which lies about 5 kilometers southeast of the main site. The company noted that the Toro Paru project is a gold exploration and development project with open pit and underground mineral resources. Aris Minings owns the project entirely through its subsidiary, ETK Inc. Ghana, why would you have a Canadian company owning this entirely? Was that a wise business decision? But anyway, let me keep reading. On March 14, 2023, Aris Mining announced an updated mineral resource estimate for the Toro Peru project, effective as of February 10. Neil Woodyer, who is Chief Executive Officer of Aris Mining, noted the re-evaluation process initiated after the merger of GCM Mining and Aris Gold in September 2022, which led to a revision of the company's development strategy. Hmm. According to the company, the Toro Peru project is in the optimization phase as the company refines its development strategy. The completion of infrastructure, such as the exploration camp, airstrip, and side roads, marks a milestone in the project's progress. Aris Mining said it is currently evaluating road access routes and other site infrastructure to support future operations. I don't know. I don't know why this not sit well with me. Something about this not sit well with me. Okay, I get it that having your own airstrip will make it easier to transport the material. I get it that it will also make it easier to have personnel have direct access, right? Maybe easier than going into Ghana's airport and then taking a trip. I get that. Who is going to monitor? Even though the project is owned entirely by Aris Mining through its subsidiary ETK Inc., are there regulations in place? Are there government regulations in place? Will they still have to report to Guyana exactly how much is extracted, how much is exported? Are they required to pay royalties or taxes on this? I would love some more information on this. Let me see something here. A consulting agreement with Alfonso and Sons ensures payments of $1 to $2 million annually once ETK generates sufficient cash flow. Additionally, a 2011 mineral agreement with the government of Guyana established a tiered gold royalty of 5% for prices up to $1,000 per ounce and 8% above that, plus a 1.5% royalty on other minerals. Are those figures reasonable? So they're going to get a tiered gold royalty of 5%. I want to see the entire structure. Yeah, no, Adesoji,
Didn't
yeah, laugh. Adesoji,
didn't
laugh.
Mali just didn't Mali just increase their share from what 20 to 35 because they think they was being robbed?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going at 5%, I'm not sure. I'm talking about taxes. I think Guyana have already lost some $10 billion in taxes or something like that from Exxon, because they allow them to operate tax free, something like that. I think I sent you the story.
Yeah, we spoke about that yesterday too.
Oh.
No, sir, didn't we talk about that yesterday?
Yeah, with the money they're losing because of the tax free reg.
Yeah, it was in an article, Mr. President.
I don't know.
That you
I
had
just
said.
think 5% on anything is really 5%. Nah, man.
No, that not makes
I don't know how the gold usually go, but that something like Niger, France, uranium price point in there.
But
with it.
Help me understand something, Mr. President. Help me understand something. So Guyana established a tiered gold royalty of 5% for prices up to $1,000 an ounce, and then 8% above that. What made them come up with that figure?
Well, the thing is, the gold price fluctuate. When demand is higher, it will go. I think it's somewhere around 800 now or something like that. So what you do it in that, with anything below $1,000 an ounce, you pay 5%. But if the demand for gold get really high and it skyrocket over $1,000, then you pay a higher percentage because it means you are making a lot more profit. Because the demand is high, the price is high, so the chances are you're making much more profit because your operating costs and so don't really change because the price is higher or even lower at times. So but I don't know how these deals for price usually go, but 5% sound very slight for any kind of deal. Unless you're talking about you getting 5% of the profit on a grocery store, which usually have 15 to 20% profit. But gold usually has tremendous profit. I mean, the initial investment is high, but it's it's a lot of profit. And then when you sign contracts for 100 years and all them kind of years, yeah, the company might come up with some initial investment, but after a time, they're literally just making profit after that initial outlay.
Yeah. I don't know. Something to sit right with that. And then the other part that I need, plus a 1.5% royalty on other minerals. Is that 1.5% reasonable?
I'm not sure what other minerals is there, what other minerals they're looking for, but it's like the side catch. The main thing is gold, but if you come up with other minerals, then we get 1.5. I am not sure. You have to look. I don't know how the pricing go, and maybe we have to compare it. Try to do some comparative and see if it makes sense.
All right, then listen to this other part. No, the final sentence in the article. ETK has also negotiated an investment agreement with Go Invest for tax exemptions on project-related imports. So if they have to bring in stuff to Guyana, They want to be able to bring these things in that are relative to the project, tax exempt, no tariffs. They shouldn't pay any customs or excise duties, nothing. That's what they want. Why? And I'm asking why, because in the article earlier, it said Aris Mining owns the project entirely through its subsidiary ETK. It is not a joint venture with the government. This is a private company, a Canadian mining company that has all access, all rights. Can I make a recommendation to CARICOM countries in the Caribbean? Please be careful. I don't know. You might look at me and say, "Well, I don't know the ins and outs. I need to be quiet." But from the outside looking in, it seems as though we have international organizations, international corporations, for-profit corporations, multi-billion-dollar corporations who come into our countries. We allow them to come into our countries, and they benefit. Let me put it that way before Mr. Woman said. They benefit immensely. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there.
You have to also understand, Mom, how we go to this negotiation. In the Caribbean, when we go to negotiation, we go hat in hand, we go begging. So we never go from a position of power. So more than likely, the people that write these contracts didn't go to the people thinking, look, we have the resources. If you need it, you pay a fair price.
Right.
They're going like, oh, well, you're doing us a favor. You're not paying taxes, but you're going to hire a few people. You're going to make a little money, and you're putting up all your money up front. Or you're the one doing the work or whatever it is. So I don't think we understand sometimes the power we have. So we literally goes to this company begging. And not only that, a lot of it is predicated on previous contracts and stuff like that. But which is flawed in itself because a lot of the contracts, even just after independence and so after slavery, but after independence, is where they stiff arm us into contracts that are so ridiculous that even if you go up a percentage of 2, it's still absolutely ridiculous. And I will always go back to the fact that France was paying 80 cents euro about that for a kilo for uranium, when Niger could now turn and sell the same uranium for $200 a euro or so, market price. So imagine if you're saying, oh, well, we was charging 80 cents, so $5 is a good price. So that is the kind of predatory relationship we have with these Western countries. And they use a lot of other pressures, bribery and everything like that to get to us. Our politicians say, okay, well, sometimes they want to stay in power, so they just do the unthinkable.
We're constantly being sold out, undersold. And it is not just in the Caribbean. We see it happening across the continent of Africa. Somebody do me a favor, send RoSolo the link for Caffeine Toll, please. I just got a text from her pop up saying that if there's no show today, somebody please do me a favor, send RoSolo the link. I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, we are still in Guyana. I guess this one may be a great opportunity, a good opportunity. 17 Guyanese food and beverage businesses secure stake in offshore catering services for ExxonMobil. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. A group of 17 local food and beverage business owners in Guyana has successfully secured a stake in offshore catering services for ExxonMobil, marking a significant milestone for Guyanese involvement in the oil and gas industry. The businesses which form the consortium include well-known establishments such as Windjammer International Cuisine, Comfort Inn, Café Belvana, Mother's Kitchen, S&S Food Delight Halal Restaurant, Pyramid Restaurant and Pub, Country Spice Kitchen, and others. Francine Samantha Baker, owner of Brown Sugar Catering, explained that the initiative began after an invitation from the Ministry of Natural Resources. She recalled the minister's statement that the president wanted to address concerns that while oil production was booming in Guyana, the local population wasn't feeling its benefits. The president suggested forming a catering consortium to help local businesses collaborate and to compete with larger companies in the industry. The consortium originally had over 80 members, but eventually narrowed down to 17 businesses committed to taking on the challenges. One significant hurdle was the stringent offshore catering requirements, which no single local company could meet alone. Ramdeo Kumar, owner of Beacon Cafe, noted that local businesses were not individually qualified due to the complexity and scale of offshore operations. To overcome this, the group purchased a 20% stake in New Rest, a French company already contracted to provide catering services for ExxonMobil's offshore operations. Through the consortium though the consortium is not involved in the day-to-day management, they have representatives on New Rest's board of directors, which provides valuable industry insight and decision-making influence. While local businesses initially expressed skepticism and distrust, the consortium hopes to inspire similar collaborations in other sectors of the oil and gas industry. Hmm. Baker confirmed that the consortium would consider adding new members in the future following discussions. I have a problem with this Astoria.
A Frenchman already story.
Thank you. Me glad you pick up that the French that have me baffled right there. So why we have Ghana not have nobody worthy? No company in Ghana could lead this. Why is it ExxonMobil is out of which country? Hmm?
These 17 of them fighting for 20% stake in a French company. They don't even 25% stake in their own company. First of all, instead of we do right, have robust contracts and stuff with people, let them pay the requisite taxes, etc. Take that money and put it back into the local businesses and build the economy. We going for this kind of tokenism stuff. Oh my God, it's a groundbreaking thing because 17 companies get to cater for them. By the way, they're not even doing the catering. They're part of a French operation who is giving them technical advice and hope they could develop them for some future what? They ain't getting no contract outside of Guyana. So if you can't even get your Guyanese project, how the hell you can get it, please? There you go.
You see the problem with us? Free yourselves from mental slavery, my Caribbean people. We do this to ourselves and then we complain about what other people or other groups of people or what other ethnicities or what other countries, whatever. We complain about what everybody else is doing to us, but we don't turn the lens on ourselves and find fault within ourselves. We sit down and we complain about everybody else and what everybody are do to me, but we not complain about what we are do to ourselves. Come on, man. Come on. We can do better. We can do better. Let's keep it moving. Next up, Jamaican Parliament passes law to make Portmore 15th parish. So it's now final. Every girl will go on down there and now celebrate the 15th parish. Are we going to be having big celebration over there in St. Catherine? No, is it that St. Catherine is going to be happy to get rid of Portmore? Is it that Portmore is going to be like, yeah, the thing turn up, we up our own, we can't talk to, we have our own parish now. So folks, if you're from Portmore, please stop telling people you're from Kingston. Be proud of your parish, You have parish status. You ever meet somebody from Portmore in the States? Most Jamaicans. Go ahead, Ari. Go on through.
Moments I love mix up.
Bad. I'm Jamaican.
No, I don't do that. Don't do that.
I love it.
Yeah, man. And you want people to hunt me down because I want me to go slow. Oh, Portmore Hospital.
Why are you a hater? Why are you hating?
I know, no, but it's not hate. Let's be real. This is a political stunt. Portmore has been balling to be a parish from the devil was playing football with Jesus. From Satan and Jesus did play football together before they broke out because of one love. Let me tell you something. This is a political stunt, and everybody know that. And them call it out when they decided when Mena call the such party decides them do what them do.
Mm-hmm.
Them come out straight on the floor. That is a political move. Don't do that. You get me? Because Portmore ball Portmore protest week. Portmore have more shopping center right now. More than all of Jamaica.
Let's support more like Miami.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Lick up. And it is bad that you're going to play on society and or emotion that way. Not for me, because I'm media center already. We are done parish.
Yeah, we have big up for sale.
But as I said, it is not fair. It is not fair that you're doing this at this time because now, you have some dieted political people where, no matter what one, them not go swing, them not go sway.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to understand the voting generation now. Them young and very impressionable, right?
Mm-hmm.
All that they're gonna see what the party are trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? But the young people are like, yo, bro, you know who? You make man, more, and we know. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
We know. So right now, right this so just like how certain to be president did make them shoot off time, and we know son never nothing real, and they act them a act and get the people them thing, get the people them vote, and so the man put on Portmore as parish and I'll get the people them vote. You get me? Yeah. What is sad, the other side of the fence say anytime the other people them going to power, them are gonna repeal it. So why you go play with people like that? I hate that overall, like right throughout the world.
Mm-hmm.
These people, I mean, not understand how people now see. Like how you can so blind say these people are playing with you. They are not for you. Labor rights and PMP is not for the people. No matter how you see they have people and so they are not for the people. They play with the people.
Lord, listen, it's too early. We don't need no rum in my coffee. I was gonna get up and go get some rum in my coffee because I did not put any rum in my coffee. But I don't need no rum. I have Ira girl.
With us for 4 years. Each side play with me. No, we let him know how long Andrew up there and play with me. Listen to me. Putting in infrastructure is bullshit. What are you doing to truly me understand? And mind you, remember say me I one where we shaking and or thumping me in the back, Listen, and this is how we are supposed to be.
Yeah.
Give a dog and give him character where you're supposed to do it.
Give on to Caesar what is due to Caesar. Yeah.
Exactly. You're not gonna give with Paris, give the people in Paris that just because you know say down in a year you have to go get votes. Come on now. And then the people them blind to the game.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them see the game and not care. You get what I say?
They not until like us.
You understand me? When I tell people that I've never voted them, I say, oh, well, if you don't vote, you don't have a voice. Me say, what you not get is, me not say what to vote for. Until I see what to vote for, then I'll vote.
Mm-hmm.
I know me alone, I will leave this plane and never vote.
Mm-hmm.
You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Me just deal with it. You see, whosoever in a power, me just go bam so 1 to 110 and say, all right, we just all deal right there.
Mm-hmm.
I just eat that. But nobody can play with my emotions then way there. You give Portmore Paris status. No! When them not have certain infrastructure to build one parish. Come on now. Big center and have 3 courthouse. Where courthouse over Portmore there? And Portmore need that.
They not like
the hospital there. When you drive from Portmore go away.
They not like
us. When you're in hospital to Portmore.
They not like us. They not like us. Never play with me long time, not true.
Make me mic up.
Yeah, mute up. Let me go ahead and read the article. All right. So this one is courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. In a historic move, the Jamaican government used its majority in the House of Representatives on Tuesday to pass amendments to the Counties and Parishes Act, officially declaring Portmore the country's 15th parish. The bill passed with 28 votes in favor, 10 against, and 24 members of parliament absent. The bill passed with 28 votes in favor, 10 against, and 24 members of parliament absent. Where were these 24 members of parliament? Didn't they just get an increase in salary to the tune of what? Why weren't they in parliament? Where were they? What were they doing that was more important than showing up? Anyway, stick to the program, girl. That's a problem you have with your moments. You like to not finish the thing. You always get sidetracked. Get your act together. All right. The bill passed with 28 votes in favor, 10 against, and 24 members of parliament absent. This marks the first time a new parish has been established in post-colonial Jamaica. The island has had 14 parishes since 1867. The decision, long debated in Jamaican politics, was met with strong opposition. Opposition MPs from the People's National Party, PNP, walked out of parliament in protest after the vote, decrying the move as politically motivated. Minister of Local Government, Desmond Mackenzie, defended the bill. Yes, Mr. Mackenzie, we understand why you defend the bill, because you defend the foolishness that's happening as I play this. By the way, where is James? James, go to the research for me. I need that research, James. I hope you're listening. We need the research, the finding as it relates to the program, the social housing project, where the people them have them land title, not land in garrison communities. We're talking land in other areas where them have land and the people them out. You see me doing it again. Stay focused moments. Minister of Local Government Desmond Mackenzie defended the bill, emphasizing that it is not merely about adding another parish, but about increasing Portmore's ability to direct its own social, political, and economic development. This decision will widen the door of opportunity for the people of Portmore by allowing them greater control over their future, Mackenzie said. However, opposition MP Fitzjackson strongly opposed the bill, branding it the gerrymandering of political boundaries 2025. He argued that the legislation strips Portmore residents of their right to directly elect their mayor and serves only to benefit the governing Jamaica Labour Party politically. We will meet the government in court, Jackson warned, vowing that a future PNP administration would repeal the law. The new parish of Portmore will include areas such as Hellshire Hills, Goat Island, while excluding regions like Lakespen, Grange Lane, Lime Tree Grove, and Quarry Hill. The parish capital will be the city of Portmore, similar to how Kingston serves as both city and parish capital. Now, Portmore is unique in Jamaica as the only city with its own municipal council that operates independently of its parish's local government. The JLP has argued that granting Portmore full parish status will allow it to access its own share of parochial revenue funds, enabling better infrastructure development, including a hospital, improved schools, and road networks. With general elections due by September, with general elections due by September, with general elections due by September, the government promised to finalize the transition before Jamaicans head to the polls. However, with legal challenges looming and political tensions rising, the fate of Portmore's new status could remain a hot button, we can't even talk, could remain a hot button issue in the months ahead. With general elections due by September, the government promised to finalize the transition before Jamaicans head to the polls. Well, you can't say they did not deliver on their promise at Ira J. You can't say they didn't deliver on their promise. They made a promise and they did deliver. But how will it stand now with legal challenges looming and political tensions rising? Will it stick? Will it stick long enough for them to get the votes? They delivered, right? So I gave you what you want. No, you know, you have to give me, pay the piper. Go right ahead, and my apologies.
I thought it was about decimating power to the public. What's the kerfuffle about?
Could you ask King Charles to oversee the matter? Because right now we are a little confused in the islands here.
You shouldn't be confused. The governing party decided, sorry, in consultation, did I say the quiet part out loud? In consultation with the people, opted to give the people the rights and the voice to add a couple of people into parliament. I'm sure the opposition party will agree that giving the people the voice to do so is incumbent on any government in power, which is what we've just done, while increasing our majority in the House. I mean, listen, these things do happen. They're not planned.
What can I say? That's what the people wanted. That's what the people get. So now them have to just make sure them get up and go vote. Can you what's the word in Creole? Kaka. Can you imagine what a kaka when election time come and JLP not get the vote them that they were?
Oh my God, we might have to scrap that parish.
As a matter of fact, just carve it out and cut and just separate it from Jamaica. Shove them out in the sea because them never do what them supposed to do. Me, the my part, that is what I'm waiting to see. What is going to happen come September in the elections? Are they going to vote JLP? Or are they going to follow their heart's desire?
I mean, I'm sure when they came up with the idea, they've gerrymandered the place to the point where they know what the outcome would be. But again, the political process throws off curveballs sometimes. You might actually get not what you wish for, but can you imagine if the opposition were to win that spot? Oh my God. That would be hilarious.
And don't be surprised if it happens. Do not be surprised if that is what the outcome is. And my question now, Ari, let me know. Have they given a timeline as to when a hospital will be erected? Do we have that? Are the people of Portmore asking the very infrastructure that they are promising? You know, we like to promise things. We like to promise things. The very infrastructure development that they're looking forward to, hospitals, improved schools, and road networks. But let us talk about the hospital because Portmore does not have a hospital. What is the timeline for delivery on a hospital in Portmore? Because they're going to have to cross over into St. Catherine or go into Kingston or into St. Andrew for medical care in terms of access to a hospital. No? Are the people of Portmore asking for, or are they giving deadlines that, you know what, we need a hospital erected, functioning within 2 years? How long will it take you to improve the schools? How bad are the schools? How long is it going to take you to improve the schools? What about the road networks? How long is it going to take you to put all of that in place? Are the people of Portmore asking these questions? Now, I'm not familiar with the setup of Portmore. Have I been over to Portmore? Yes. But I'm not study the place. Lakes Pen, Grange Lane, Lime Tree Grove, and Quarry Hill. Why were those regions excluded? The new parish of Portmore will include areas such as Hellshire Hills and Goat Island. Why them not include the rest? What's the reason? You have any word on that, Alexia? Why they separated it like that? Lakespen, Grange Lane, Lime Tree Grove, and Quarry Hill. Just wondering. All right, we'll do some research on that, and I'm sure it's going to come up again in the news, without a doubt. All right, next up, Trinidad PM and other public officials to receive a salary increase this month. Oh, look at that. Look at that. See, Trinidad and Tobago in itself, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, salaries for Trinidad and Tobago's Prime Minister and other public officials will see an increase starting this month, February 2025, as outlined in a circular from the Comptroller of Accounts. The circular, issued on January 24, 2025, directs permanent secretaries, heads of departments, and other public office holders to implement revised salary arrangements based on the recommendations of the Salaries Review Commission. This adjustment follows the Ministry of Finance Circular number 11 issued on December 23, 2024, which introduced updated salaries, allowances, and benefits for officials under the SRC's purview. The SRC's 120th report, which was presented in Parliament in November 2024, received approval from Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, who acknowledged the responsibility and possible backlash of accepting the proposed increases for office holders, including the President, Prime Minister, ministers, parliamentarians, members of the judiciary, senior public servants, and members of the Tobago House of Assembly. The salary adjustments will be retroactive, with the Prime Minister's salary rising from $80,000 to $87,847 starting from October 1, 2023. Additionally, a back payment totaling approximately $1 million before tax will be issued. The president's salary will increase to $73,920 retroactive to April 1, 2020, and to $81,170 from April 1, 2023. The opposition leader's salary will increase to $47,500 starting from October 1, 2020, and then to $52,159 from October 1, 2023. The other key changes include the integration of duty and special duty allowances into base salaries for affected office holders. The revised salary packages will be effective for various officials starting from October 1, 2020 for the Prime Minister and from April 1, 2020 for others. Additionally, updated tax exemptions, motor vehicle loan facilities, and subsistence allowances will also take effect from December 23, 2024. Retro them, say retro the thing, and cut a check. Is it necessary to go back in time? Just asking. I don't know. Do we really have to do it retroactively? These salary increases, are they in dire straits? Empty the purses?
I don't think so. But the reason I'm using my thinking emoji is
We don't
have the
pay you
civil
to
ser-
think. We do not pay you to think, Adesoji.
have the civil servants in said state also got a pay increase because they work on a fixed income. That's one. Then two, what's the level of inflation in said country? Because if you are giving yourselves all of this bumper pay and the people in the society are suffering that level of inflation, surely there is no rationale for giving you such a payment because you are the seat of power. If you can't do anything about it, what's the point of rewarding yourself? I yield.
But when was the last time their pay was increased?
Well, if they're going to be doing it retroactively, it would, I would assume, and you know what they say about assuming, I would assume probably 2020, because based on this paragraph where it says the president's salary will increase retroactive to April 1, 2020. And they quoted the amount. So for April 1, 2020, to April 1, 2023, he's going to get an annual amount of 73,920. That's how many years? 3 years right there, so. And then from April 1, 2023, he's going to get an increase of 81,170. So he'll get that for 2023, 2024. And then starting, oh, jeez, 2025, I guess it goes up to the 87,000, whatever. What heap of numbers for crunch and calculate. So I want to, as based on this, I'm going to assume that the last time there was a salary increase was in 2020. I'm gonna
Yeah,
assume,
prior to 2020, probably.
yeah. So that's what I'm gonna assume. And please, I'm not an ass. Okay, all right. Next up, we're going to go ahead and head on over to an article courtesy of barbados.bb.com. Culture versus crime. A groundbreaking initiative unites the arts and crime prevention. This one now, we are done in our coffee pot, our entertainment news segment. Let's go ahead and read this article. The Cultural Expansion Program, CEP, in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture and the National Peace Program, has launched a historic initiative using culture as a weapon against crime. This groundbreaking movement has received the full endorsement of Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight, Minister of Culture, and Honorable Corey Lane, Minister of State in the Office of the Attorney General. During a powerful address, Honorable Corey Lane praised the CEP's dedication to tackling crime through music, creativity, and community engagement. This partnership marks a crucial step in using culture as a tool for peace, unity, and positive change. To strengthen this mission, the National Peace Program has welcomed Dr. Pompidou as brand manager and Mr. Mario Arthur as creative director from CEP. Arthur emphasized the long term vision of the program, stating, "This isn't about expecting crime to magically disappear overnight, but about consistent efforts to give people a choice, a meaningful path to channel their skills and talents." He further highlighted the importance of financial empowerment for at risk youth, calling the initiative a seed of change aimed at reshaping future generations. The first project under this powerful union is School Rep, an inter-school social media song contest that merges school rivalry, music, and non-violent competition. Set to launch in just 2 weeks, this contest will provide a dynamic stage for youth expression while reinforcing values of discipline, teamwork, and creativity. So, how will School Rep work? Students will record a performance video of their original song. Videos are submitted to Instagram at smokefactory_BB. Public voting on Instagram determines the winner based on likes. And the grand prizes and recognition are $2,500 cash prize for the winner, $1,000 donation to the winner's school music department, $1,000 in cash for second place students, and $500 cash for third place students. The contest is built on the theme of clean conflict, music rivalry without violence, allowing students to celebrate school spirit while reinforcing positive engagement in music and sports. The impact, a movement beyond music. This initiative is more than just a competition, it's a cultural revolution. The Cultural Expansion Program, National Peace Program, and the Ministry of Culture have unified their strengths to encourage creativity among students, strengthen school pride and teamwork, foster positive nonviolent rivalry, engage youth in meaningful social activities, provide financial support to school music programs. As Honorable Corey Lane powerfully stated, together we will empower our communities, uplift our youth, and redefine conflict resolution through creative expression. The Cultural Expansion Program invites all secondary schools in Barbados to participate in school rep and join the movement where culture evolves, crime dissolves. I applaud that. I applaud that. We talk about the effect of music and culture in our society, especially when we talk about our youth. And it is concerning when we hear about the crimes and then when you see the faces behind the acts, young people, right? Many of them at risk. And because they have no hope, right? They don't see a way out. They end up resorting to illicit behavior, right? I know we've had several conversations here on Caffeine Show that we have to be careful what we expose our youth to. Music is infectious. And if that is how Barbados sees a way to change the trajectory, change the outcome, the end result, right? See a better outcome for our youth. I'm here for it. How do you feel about it? Anybody want to share their thoughts on this one? Do you agree? Do you think it will yield positive results?
I mean, every idea of civic engagement should be explored. But is that the only thing they're doing in isolation? Or is just part of a group of programs? Because once that is done, what are you going to do to continue the results or the positive results you get from said program? You have to have, a continuation of sorts. You can't just have one off and then, okay, till next year, when we want to grab the headlines. I'm not saying they're hoping to grab the headlines, but and then no, that's just maybe physicians, but you know how this thing works.
Yeah.
So what's the continuation? It will be key. It will be nice to know what that is.
Yeah. Well, it's a start, right? We're going to embrace the start and then we're going to challenge them or impress upon them the importance of seeing to it that there are more projects in the pipeline that will unfold sooner than later as the situation is dire in need. All right. So we look forward to more positive change programs, so on and so forth. Anybody else want to share their thoughts on this before we move on to stories out of Latin America? All right, so we'll keep it moving. Good job, Barbados. I'll give you a round of applause again. Youth are the future, and we have to shape their minds now. All right. All right, so first up, the only story we have today out of our Latin American segment, when El Salvador agreed to put migrants in mega prison, the U.S. paved the way for nuclear power. Interesting. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this one. I need to rewind this. Hold on a second. Hold on, folks. Let me start it over. I had it running, waiting for us to get into it. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Hold on. That's not what I want. All right, folks. I have to start it over. I do apologize. I apologize. Okay, let me turn this up. And where are you? Okay, it's loading, folks. It is loading. I beg your little patience. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and start reading. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced last week that El Salvador's president offered to incarcerate deportees from the U.S. of any nationality, including U.S. citizens. But the deal came the same day as a less publicized offer from the United States, nuclear power. All right, let's go ahead and take a listen.
By CBS immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez, who is arguably the busiest person in the entire CBS bureau right now. Camilo, I want to have you bottom line some things. I understand you new reporting about some of the plans for migrants being deported.
That's right. We can report that the Trump administration is currently working on striking an asylum agreement with the country of El Salvador to deport migrants from different countries across Latin America to the small country in Central America. This would be a so-called safe third country asylum agreement that would empower U.S. immigration officials, Margaret, to deport non-Salvadorian migrants to El Salvador with instructions to seek asylum there and not in the U.S. Importantly, I am told that one plan under consideration, it would allow the U.S. to deport Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang members to El Salvador and have that country house them or detain them. And that would obviously be a significant development and breakthrough potentially for the administration because, as you know, Venezuela right now currently does not accept the U.S. deportations. And so the administration is moving aggressively and quickly to really oversee a sweeping crackdown on immigration. We have seen the president invoke sweeping constitutional powers to essentially shut down the asylum system at the border. And he's also enlisting the vast resources of the military to really enhance immigration enforcement, not only deploying more troops, but using military planes to deport migrants. And yes, there have been so far 1,500 troops deployed to the border, but one internal Customs and Border Protection memo we obtained, Margaret, shows that that number could rise to as many as 10,000 active duty troops.
There's so much that you just laid out there. The Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to go to El Salvador in the coming days. So I imagine it's related to the news you just broke here. And TDA is the gang we were just talking about with the congressman as well. In terms of how the U.S. military is being used, President Biden left 2,500 U.S. troops at the border. So what's actually different now that there's an extra 1,500?
Well, the work is not changing. What is changing is the number of troops on the ground. They are still assigned to do logistical and operational work and to assist Customs and Border Protection in an operational capacity by, for example, setting up border barriers to repel migrants from entering the country illegally and providing surveillance. They are not to be used to arrest or otherwise process migrants because, as you know, longstanding federal law prohibits the use of the military for civilian law enforcement, and that would include the enforcement of federal immigration laws.
So it's the optics, essentially, that this is...
It's a show of force by the Trump administration, rather.
And what, in terms of the changes have occurred in terms of use of military? We were hearing about lots of deportations. Now it seems we're getting reports daily of military planes carrying migrants to Guatemala.
That's right.
An attempt, apparently, to Colombia as well.
That's right. So the administration has already used military planes to deport migrants to the country of Guatemala. And overnight, it attempted to send 2 military aircraft to Colombia, sending about 160 deportees from that country to Bogota, Colombia, the capital. But we are told now that the president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, objected to the use of military planes and blocked those deportations. So this shows that the administration will still face significant diplomatic challenges as it tries to oversee this aggressive immigration plan.
The Biden team was deporting to those countries. They were using civilian aircraft.
ICE charter flights, correct.
So the military planes were the problem there.
And again, it's a show of force by the Trump administration.
All right. Bottom lining it for us. Thank you, Camilo. We'll be right back.
Any comments on this one? Any perspectives? Any insight?
What's the problem? What's the problem? They're criminals. But he betrayed us. Really? Okay. You see, the cognitive dissonance is these people actually voted for this, and there are people who look like them that voted for this, and they're also going to be. I mean, just think of it. You're from Venezuela, regardless of whatever that background is. You're from Chile. Regardless of what that background is, and now you're being handed over to El Salvador. Come on, man. What are we doing?
And they're to seek political asylum there. So, of course, Adesoji, what I had to do is I went on Google. I'm like, El Salvador. Let's look at El Salvador. Of course, El Salvador, officially the Republic of El Salvador, is a country in Central America. It is bordered on the northeast by Honduras, on the northwest by Guatemala, and on the south by the Pacific Ocean. The capital, by the way, is San Salvador. If you did not know, the president is Nayib Bukele. Their official language is Spanish. GDP, 34.02 billion US dollars. They have a population, according to the World Bank, as of 2023, of 6.365 million people. El Salvador is a middle income country with a service and export based economy. 1 in 4 people live in rural areas. All right. About a little more information. About 12.7% of El Salvador's population is white, according to the CIA World Fact Book. This is slightly higher than many other Latin American countries. The majority of El Salvador's population is mestizo, which means they have mixed European and indigenous ancestry. You have Amerindian, they have an Amerindian population. They also, even though Spanish is their primary language, they have other dialects that they do speak as well. But what I wanted to hone in on was their economy, really. And so going back to their service and export based economy. If you're saying that the undocumented are to seek asylum there, how successful will their efforts be? Will they be able to set up shop there? Will El Salvador make it easy for them to establish themselves there? Will they be able to find economic opportunities there in El Salvador? I don't know.
No,
And
that's not.
quick question, Adesoji, before you remember which country was it that was paid by Britain to take refugees, but nothing ever happened?
That was Rwanda. They got paid.
Thank you.
They got about 700 million.
Right. And what happened with that program?
There wasn't a single flight that took off.
Okay. And did Rwanda return the money?
Losers weepers find losers find losers keepers find
keepers, losers weepers. All right.
Yeah.
So you may be wondering, why am I bringing that up? Is there something similar going on here? Is El Salvador being paid by the U.S. taxpayer dollars to take the undocumented, regardless of where they're from across Latin America? It doesn't matter what country. El Salvador is going to be your home. You're going to go to El Salvador. You're going to seek asylum in El Salvador. Are the U.S. taxpayers paying for this initiative? I'm just wondering.
It's even more sinister than that.
Oh, Lord, here we go. Why did I open that Pandora's box?
If you look up Australia's immigration sanctuaries, like the island of Nauru, what's the other one? There are about 3 of them. There are people who literally have been on those islands for over a decade.
Huh?
Yeah. Over a decade. And usually most of them are from Vietnam and Burma and Thailand. Yes. And they've been on those islands for close to 10 decades, to the point where despair sets in and they begin to self-harm. That's what that guy is trying. It's the cruelty is the point, as somebody would say. It's not about seek asylum over there. Even in Nigeria, where there are no more rules, where you can go to an embassy and apply for visas and what have you. That has been stopped. It's been stopped. So technically, what they're saying is we're on lockdown mode. Nobody comes in except the people that look like Elon Musk.
And that is what I wanted to say. Who are you to tell me where I'm supposed to go? The U.S. is saying the same thing about the Palestinians. We're going to find you a place and we're going to put you over in this place. And you're supposed to stay there. Why?
You don't have a choice.
Because I said so? Really?
It's no different from when the ships pulled up on the shores of West Africa. Black History Month, folks. You're learning a little history. It's no different.
And then when said person puts you there, what is the infrastructure there? What are the rules and regulations there? Am I able to work? Am I able to contribute to my community? Are we able to build it up and make it so that our generations behind us can live a good life? Or are we just there crying, moaning, etc.? I yield.
You're putting a human face on you're putting a human face on strategy meant to ensure that your humanity does not exist. It's not about the infrastructure. It's not about your generation. It's not about the generation after you. It's not about that. It's about whatness. Whatness. We tell you who is human. If you've bought into the idea that there is a quote unquote master race, then you will agree with it. If not, then tough. Stay in your country, as they would say. This place is I'm going to repeat what was put on a bridge in Cincinnati. This is white America, which is funny in itself. We've told Native Americans that even they don't have birthright citizenship. This people just so it's not about that. It's about you. It's about them telling you do not belong. We set the rules of engagement, and as far as we're concerned, you do not belong. I yield.
Plain and simple. There's no other way to put it. No other way. It is what it is. Deal with it. All right. Oh boy. Such a shame. We have scant regard for human beings. I'll just leave it right there. All right, now it is time for stories on the international scene. Let's see what's going on around the world. You know, there's a world outside of this world. Yes, it seeds indeed. We are planting a lot of seeds without even realizing what we're doing. You know, we're not cognizant. We're not aware. We're asleep, but that's what they say we're to do. Be asleep, right? And then when everything creeps upon us, it will be too late because we're busy sleeping. We weren't awake. Joe with the sound effects. Not lying though. I'm not lying. All right, the first story on the international scene: Chinese spy balloon equipped with tech from at least 5 US firms. And this is according to a report. Let me go ahead and pin this on YouTube. You know, baby self moments, baby self. All right. According to foxnews.com, we'll have to check the validity of this one. The Fox News has been doing some questionable things lately. Makes you say, Fox, is that you? All right.
Lately?
All right. A Chinese spy balloon that floated across the US before being shot down off the South Carolina coast in 2023. Remember that story? It made its way all across the USA. All right. So it was carrying technology from at least 5 American companies, according to a report published on Monday. It took them that long? Or the report took so long? Among the equipment recovered from the balloon were a satellite communication module, sensors, and other sophisticated surveillance equipment, some of which was housed in a foam cooler, Newsweek reported, citing 2 sources with direct knowledge of a U.S. military technical analysis. The FBI declined to comment on the report when reached by Fox News Digital. The Chinese spy balloon flew from Alaska to the East Coast, where it was shot down by the military over the Atlantic Ocean on February 4, 2023. Beijing claimed it was a weather balloon, though an So, an investigation by U.S. intelligence agencies found the balloon was used for spying. Information captured by the spy balloon is not believed to have been successfully relayed to Beijing. The identification of US made technology inside the balloon raises questions about commercially available equipment that can be sold to, or in some cases, resold to America's adversaries. China is our adversary, but they're also our supplier. China is our adversary, but they do own a lot of land here. China is our adversary, but a lot of their companies, oh no, they own a lot of our companies here. I'm confused. How are they our adversary when we owe them a lot of money? I'm totally confused. The sources who spoke to the outlet on condition of anonymity said a short burst messaging module called Iridium 9602 was among the tech equipment recovered. The device is produced by Virginia based global satellite communications provider Iridium. Jordan Hassim, Iridium's executive director for communications, told the outlet that the company does not condone the use of its radios or modules being used in ways they shouldn't be. Well, there is no way for us to know what the use is of a specific module, Hassim said. We need to know the module specifically. For us, it could be a whale wearing a tag tracking it. It could be a polar bear, an explorer hiking a mountain. If the company learned one of its devices was being misused, Hassim said it would immediately work with partners such as the US government to disable it. The sources said the four other US companies whose parts were identified in the balloon are or were Texas Instruments, Omega Engineering, Amphenol, All Sensors Corp, and Onsemi Equipments. Well, I should say Onsemi. Equipment from ST Microelectronics of Switzerland was also recovered and identified. What am I to do with this information, really? I'm laughing at it. Why? Because we're hypocrites. Yes.
Also, they've sort of manufactured consent there a bit without people, they'll slip it in gently. What if we have a whale or a polar bear wearing a tag? Do you know what they've just told you? The next time a news story comes in, we had to kill a couple of whales and polar bears because they're of threat to our national security. You remember how they killed all the buffaloes because they were trying to starve the Indians? There you go.
I mean, I find the whole thing laughable, right? Because it's like a woman being with a man, complain every day to her friends how the man mistreat her, the man a cheat on her, the man this, the man that. But every night you go in the bed with the man. It's like a man being with a woman complaining how she don't do nothing for him. All she do is spend off him money, right? All she do is on the phone all the time with her friends. All she do and just complains day in day out. But then at the end of the day, you go home and you lie down on the bed with her. So what are you complaining for?
They're acting like China took something from us. We sold ourselves to them.
I don't get it.
They did not take anything from us.
Oh, jeez. I don't know, brother. I don't know. I mean, we're Delulu. We're really Delulu over here at this point. There's nothing else for me to say. And I don't know if people are not asking questions. Nobody not asking questions. I know for everyone who listens to the news and you hear these stories, you don't question them. If we have such an issue with China, why is it that when you go into stores like Walmart, Target, every store, period, every damn store, but as from a pin to an anchor, you don't question why is it every time I look on a label made in China, but yet we have a problem with China? We don't question anything and say, hold on a second, wait a damn minute, what's going on here?
You have to create a boogeyman. If you don't create a boogeyman, how are you going to get the masses to be controlled? Create a boogeyman, and once you point to the boogeyman, oh, do you know why it snowed yesterday? Boogeyman. Do you know why you've got Frosties instead of whatever sort of brand you take? Boogeyman. You know, if you want to cross the road, do you know why that duck is there? Boogeyman. So, I mean, to add to what Sister Ja said earlier, was that they sold everything to China. But you're talking about people with low information retention skills. How are they going to remember that they sold anything? Blame China. It's easy. At least no one is in the room to bug for China. At least not yet.
There we go. We still have another story relative to China. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, morning.
Good morning, James.
Yeah, I think the problem is China wasn't supposed to be successful, right? Because when you look at from the Cuban the nuclear crisis or whatever they call it, when you go back to say 59, like 1959, 1960, and you look at China was really at the place where you would say probably like India or the Philippines, like that's where in 1959, that's where you would see China. You wouldn't see them as a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So China in 1959, around that time, was a good source for slave labor, right?
Mm-hmm.
They did not have a problem allowing the businessmen at the time, the top people that supply glass and plates and jeans and all of those type of stuff. They didn't have a problem going to China to get slave labor, even though China was a communist country. The same problem they have with Cuba being the same communist type of leadership. They did not have a problem because they were benefiting from it. They would go to China, get slave labor, ship the products back to America efficiently and make like a killing. But what they didn't understand, that China had a plan that they were working on, almost like sneaking up on America. So they snuck up on America, and China middle class from 1959 to the early 2000s, we saw like where you have like all these millionaires popping up in China now, like even women millionaire, which was like surprising to a lot of people, because they thought that women would not have any rights and stuff like that in China, but they were like even women creeping up as millionaires. So now China is at a stage now where they don't need the slave labor thing anymore. They have an active middle class, and now like they're leading in technology, and I guess they didn't see that coming. So now the only thing that they can do now is like demonize them. They can blame them for everything and still working with them, which I don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, James. All right. Next, our next article: China's Jinping is building economic fortress against U.S. pressure. This one can be found on WSJ.com, Wall Street Journal. A day in China could easily start like this. Roll out of bed and swipe through WeChat messages on your smartphone. Hop into, and I can never pronounce, no, tell me a million times how to pronounce it. The Huawei. Huawei? That's a phone, smartphone? Huawei smartphone. Thank you. Huawei smartphone. Yeah, Payway. Huawei. Yeah.
Huawei, please.
It's funny I have to pair it with food, right? Payway, Huawei. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so you roll out of bed and swipe through WeChat messages on your Huawei smartphone, hop into a BYD electric car, and drive to the railroad station, where a high-speed train from a state-run factory whisks you to your destination. Chinese-designed nuclear plants, solar farms, and wind turbines power the city's lights. Well, China is racing to make itself less reliant on the outside world's products and technology. Part of a years-long effort by their leader, Jinping, to make China more self-sufficient. And guess what? Impervious to Western pressure as tensions with the U.S. rise. And WSJ, you're on for this, you know. Wanna block me right there. So, all right, let me head on over to Google, put the headline. Oh, by the way, before I forget, a lot of China's success is due to a combination of factors, right? These factors include economic reforms, investment, and a large consumer base. Productivity. China's economic boom was driven by a sustained increase in productivity, and this dates back to their economic reforms, which happened in 1978. China's reform period saw an openness to new ideas and debates, of course, and China found that moving from a planned economy to a market economy for them was a win-win situation. And China, of course, has centralized investment in scientific research. They have invested in new factories, manufacturing, machinery, and communication systems. They have a large consumer base with sophisticated consumers. They also have a favorable tax treatment system that helps to make manufacturing costs low. And as such, China has a relative supply chain, and the supply chain has efficiencies that entice international cooperation. So a little bit there before I try to source the article another way, since WSJ won't come black the dolly. All right, Yahoo, you're ever faithful to me. Yes. So I'm able to access it on Yahoo. Who remember that Yahoo commercial? Okay, you know what? You go to Yahoo and you have to find another way. All right, I'm done.
Yahoo!
And then who remembers? You got mail. Who remember that?
You got mail.
Hey, Wall Street Journal, you know, say you're not nice. I like you, no, I like you. Wall Street Journal, the thing that anyway, that's
Yes, we got her.
We got her. Finally, them get her. She love freeness too much. Yes, if it's free, why pay?
Your 14 days trial period has expired. I know that feeling. Cheap recognizes cheap.
All right, now play with me. So China don't play with me. Do not play with the dollar. According to the Wall Street Journal, Beijing is investing hundreds of billions of dollars in advanced manufacturing. Them say if you want a hacker system, get a woman to do it. Them say any little investigation you need to have done, get a woman to do it. The time what do I take? How long it take them to figure out the balloon from 2023 and 2025 to come forward with the information? We have that done in a one day. I can tell you everything in 24 hours. And that them the light bulb with Jack.
Too bad. You know how earlier you said you wanted to get with Eve? But if Eve didn't do what she did, we wouldn't be where we are right now. So, you know, it's like a give and take, right? It's a give and take.
Hey, not notorious like a woman in the eyes. We are born with a sixth sense. Men, you'll never have it.
Did you say give and take? Pause.
Yes.
Moment.
Yes, Jim.
You have to explain that to the people. They must still confused about what is a woman.
No, we don't. You always go there, James.
We don't
always.
have to explain that at all. If them don't know what that is,
question. The other women, do they get that sixth sense when they transition?
No.
Okay.
Because you have to bond with it. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. So, according to the Wall Street Journal, Beijing is investing hundreds of billions of dollars in advanced manufacturing, electric vehicles, semiconductors, and artificial intelligence to counter Western trade restrictions and secure its economic future. China tops global ship output. Well, China has achieved remarkable success in the electric vehicle industry, with domestic automakers BYD and Geely, not you, Geely, it should be you, but this Geely, rapidly expanding their market share. In 2024, nearly 48% of all passenger vehicles sold in the country were electric or plug-in hybrids, totaling around 11 million units, the majority of which came from local manufacturers, according to the Wall Street Journal. Oh, real quick, as this popped up, Mr. President just sent me something and I pinned it on the Coffee Into website. Hold on, let me run over there real quick and grab it because I was shocked to find this out. I think I pinned it. Hold on, before I run off my mouth. Before I run off my mouth, let me run over to the website. Real quick. All right. Wait there. And it has to do with Africa. Thought I pinned it there. The one about the Renault, a car like a Renault made in Africa. No, I didn't pin it there. Hold on there. No, see, hold on there. See, wait there. No, I didn't pin it. But I mean, I'm intent to pin it. But there's a country in Africa, and they're making cars. You remember which country, Mr. President? Hold on there. I'm sorry. When it burn me, I have to find it and tap out it. Bring it up real quick. I know I have it to put it up, but you heard about it, Adesoji?
Is that the one in Burkina Faso? I think it's the one in. Is it Burkina? No. Is it Burkina Faso or I know there is.
He says Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, yeah. There's one in Zimbabwe. Yeah, that's the guy who came to the States and patented how to what's it called? His battery ran off something else other than his battery is self-charging. Yes, his battery is self-charging, and so a company in the United States opted to buy the patent of him, and basically he came back home saying no. So he still has his patent.
Good for him.
He found a way to get power from radio waves. So like TVs are not plugged in anymore. Cars don't have an unlimited range. He can power a city with like this box of equipment takes up one room.
Wow. And that's the way to go. Thank you, AT. Thank you, everyone, for reminding me. See, me not lose it. Not yet. And that's how countries need to move. People need to move. Don't be pressured by a country that is supposed to be the best country in the world, the most advanced country in the world. Take your talent and your resources back to your country so that your country can be on the journey to becoming one of the best countries on the earth. Improve lives in your country. I totally agree. All right, so back to this article. The country has also become, and we're talking about China here, the country has also become the global leader in shipbuilding, now producing over half of the world's merchant ships, a dramatic rise from just 5% in 1999. The country has shifted from being a net importer to a net exporter of chemicals, posting a $34 billion export surplus in 2024, a stark contrast to the $40 billion trade deficit recorded in 2020. Self-reliance push. Jinping formalized China's push for self-reliance in 2015. And he did this with the launch of the Made in China 2025 initiative. The program, outlined in a government document, emphasized the need for a stronger domestic manufacturing base amid a global technological revolution. With the initiative aimed to upgrade Chinese manufacturing broadly, it prioritized 10 key sectors, including robotics, aerospace, and new energy vehicles. It also set targets for increasing domestic production of core components and materials, backed by state subsidies and financial support. I'm gonna give them a round of applause. I'm gonna give them a round of applause. Their Project 2025 was a 10-year plan outlined in a government document focused on the need for stronger domestic manufacturing base. What's our 2025 plan in Project 2025? What's our plan? To turn back the hands of time.
Just want to turn back the hands of time.
You see the difference? Their 2025 project, Made in China 2025, is a self-reliance. The plan started in 2015, 10 years, and they worked arduously toward it.
They invested in themselves and
Thank
they
you.
invested in their people.
And I said this, had Donald Trump back in 2016 started working on something similar to this, then you could talk about Make America Great Again, and it would be unfolding now. No, sir.
They worked on the plan that they wanted.
Instead, they worked on a plan which he said he didn't know about. Remember, he said he doesn't know what Project 2025 is. However, he's surrounded by people who know exactly what Project 2025 is. Even the speaker, the press secretary, leave it, the 27-year-old, instrumental in Project 2025. Our Project 2025 for Making America Great Again was all about repealing, classifying, segregating, discriminating, and filled with nothing but sufferation. How do we make America great again if that is the premise? Take a page out of China book. And you know what's going to happen? In 4 years, they're going to be 50 years ahead of us. Mark my word. In 4 years, we are going to be in the 1600s, and they are going to be 100 years of us, not even 50 years, 100 years of us, because they are investing in things that matter.
And that's why I had a little tinge when James used the word they snuck up on us, or they weren't sneaking. They were going about intentionally making sure that their country raised the standards. They weren't sneaking. I yield.
They were busy working. But we over here arguing about LGBTQ. I don't care who want to put on a frock and who want to put on a pants. I don't care if you want to identify as a dog. Me don't really care. That's neither here nor there to me. I'm not going to be standing next to you when we all have to face our makeup. Me not care what you want to do. If you want to identify as a bunny rabbit and hop around, that's not my business. We are so focused on a small segment of what's going on in society and missing the bigger picture.
Sorry, I was drinking water and I almost choked. Yes, Marcus Garvey would always say that Black people play too much. We're almost a nation of children. What you just said right there is key. In all of humanity, those who identify as whatever they want to identify are 0.000. As they would say, when you pick up a bottle and on the bottle it says traces. Do you know what they're saying? They're saying it's so insignificant that we can't even classify it. But then there are traces. Since when do you bother yourself with traces? And the reason I say this is, when China did the Great Leap Forward in the 1940s under Chairman Mao, this thing started under Mao Zedong, to Xi Jinping, what's his name? Mao Zedong, who was the next one who came in after him? Xi Jinping, and all the subsequent leaders leading up to Xi Jinping, who is there right now. The focus has always been the next 10 years will not be like the last 10 years. Can you imagine that? Saying the next 10 years will not be like the last 10 years. If we're to go by that philosophy, Imagine where they would be in the next 10 years. So all of this LGBT nonsense and this mirages that people are just so occupied with, to the point where they now finally vote against their own interest. I was listening to Chris Hedges earlier, and he said Donald Trump only promises you one thing. And guess what it is? It's magical thinking. Fairies. That's all. There is no policy behind it. He said, to make matters worse, the last 20 years in the United States has been an economic fight between corporatists, and oligarchs. Guess who won? Oligarchs. Boom!
And now they're fighting amongst themselves. Because coming up later on in the show, you see the showdown between Bezos and Musk.
Thank you very much. Because now it is about who can get closest to power.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, what are you doing? You're chasing somebody who is wearing a tutu.
We focus on the wrong thing. We focus on the wrong thing, America. Wake up. I saw an interview the other day that it was a transgender, a fellow, and I forgot what talk show he was on. And you know what he said? You're here hating me. I'm not the one who is causing your grocery prices to go up. I'm not the reason your health care, your Medicare and Medicaid benefits are going to come to an end. You're here hating me and being so focused on me when I'm not the reason why we have the issues we have going on. I'm not the reason why the USAID is being shut down. I'm not the reason why the Department of Education is being dismantled. But yet you're blaming me. But I have nothing to do with this. You're so focused on me. What you need to do is turn your attention to Washington. He said it. He said, I am, just as you said, I am a trace in all of this. I am insignificant in all of this. But they did a phenomenal job of teaching all of us or pushing it down our throats to hate each other, divide and conquer.
And the funny thing about that is, during the Super Bowl, the NFL played a commercial where they had some of the players speaking to the kids, and they were telling the kids that every kid can be somebody, when that's totally opposite of what's going on every day in this country.
Yeah.
That was the biggest oxymoron for me.
Was it not, you see, again, what's it called? Was it not the last Super Bowl when they were shooting cans of, what's that beer that they drink?
The Budweiser or Thurs?
Yeah.
Budweiser?
Bud, is it Bud Light or something? Bud Ice or something? Because those guys showed up a transgender or gay person. It's like, it bothers you so much. The only thing you do is not buy it. Simple. All of going to buy it and then shooting it with a gun.
Yes, because they lost, what they said, people stopped buying the beer for some time because of the caricatures they used in the commercial. Yes.
So stop buying it. If it grinds you so bad, stop buying. But buying it and then shooting a TikTok video about you shooting it with a gun with bullets that cost you money, shooting stuff that you bought with your own money, and then who is the fool? Who?
Yeah, moments. Can I say something?
Sure, James. Go ahead.
I don't think it's accurate that the insignificance of, like the group, like say the LGBTQ community, even though they are like the most, I would say, probably about 5% of the society, right? I think what Democrats need to address, which is valid, because we are feeling the same thing here, and that is the reason why Justin Trudeau is. People talk about Donald Trump. Donald Trump have nothing to do with Trudeau being elected. This is the same thing that we're going through. That 5% of the population can the 95% of the population that are paying taxes, we're paying taxes. Canada is one of the most taxed country in the entire world. When a government make the decision for 5,
is it me or is James in the matrix?
That take away the rights. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
You can hear me better?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying, when a government go ahead and make decisions that will in the favor of 5% of the society, that 95% of the society are going to feel it. We are being disenfranchised. Our rights are being trampled upon. How can we come to an agreement that, look, everybody have a right to live their life, and you fighting for your rights should not impede on my rights? I think that is where Democrats have to come out and say, look, yes, this should not be a big issue, but we have to address the 95% of the population that feel like the 5% rights are impeded on their rights. Because as I said, like a lot of people in Canada, you have never seen so much homeschooling in the history of Canada. A lot of people are pulling their kids out of school because the government is saying that, look, these books have to be in school. Your 5-year-old child have to walk into a school and see all of these type of stuff that you're not comfortable with. So I believe that we have to strike a balance. So it's not as insignificant as we'd want it to be. The 5% is putting pressure on the 95%, and we're taxpayers, so we have a right to say, look, we want you to fight for your rights, but do not infringe on our rights. And I think that shouldn't be too difficult to strike the balance. Yeah, that's just my opinion.
All right. Thank you, James. So back to the article at hand here. We were talking about China building economic fortress as U.S. trade pressure mounts. And we highlighted the fact that back in 2015, they launched a Made in China 2025 initiative, where in the program, the government clearly outlined in that document the emphasis for a stronger domestic manufacturing base amid a global technological revolution. They prioritized 10 key sectors, which included robotics, aerospace, and new energy vehicles. It had also set targets for increasing domestic production of core components and materials backed by state subsidies and financial support. They were busy working to better their country with realistic ventures. We were busy manufacturing hate in 10 years. That's all that happened. When you want to put the US beside China, instead of doing what China was doing, no, we were on a divide and conquer. But anyway, let's move on. EU mobilizes $200 billion in AI race against US and China. Boy, everybody are busy up themselves, may I tell you. This article is courtesy of TheVerge.com. The European Union says it will channel 200 billion euros, or about $206 billion, into artificial intelligence investments in a bid to compete with the US and China. At the AI Action Summit in Paris on Tuesday, EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced the bloc would spend 50 billion euros, or about $51 billion, to top up 150 billion euros in funding already pledged by a collective of private investors called the European AI Champions Initiative. Boy, she said, we want Europe to be one of the leading AI continents, and this means embracing a way of life where AI is everywhere. Too often I hear that Europe is late to the race where the United States or China have already gotten ahead. I disagree, because the AI race is far from being over. These investments aim to help the EU catch up to the lead China and the US have gained in the development of advanced AI infrastructure and the release of popular chatbot models like ChatGPT and DeepSeek. The EU was one of the first global powers to introduce comprehensive regulations around artificial intelligence, ushering the AI Act into force last year. AI, she said, will improve our healthcare, spur our research and innovation, and boost our competitiveness. We want AI to be a force for good and for growth. We're doing this through our own European approach based on openness, cooperation, and excellent talent. The US and UK have notably not signed the Paris AI's Summit Declaration that commits countries to ensuring AI is open, inclusive, transparent, ethical, safe, secure, and trustworthy. Now, I'm not surprised that the US would not sign the Paris AI Summit Declaration, but I'm a little confused as to why the UK would not. That one is interesting. I wonder why they opted not to. Is it that the UK doesn't have a clear vision? Let me put it that way. As they navigate the whole AI landscape, I don't know. But I'm not surprised that the US's stance, not when we are doing what we're doing as it relates to the best of the best, by not you know what? Let me not talk about that now because I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Let me wait until we get to that segment in the show. Let's hop on over to Ghana. Ghana moves towards 24-hour economy with passport office foreign mission overhaul. Let me pin this on YouTube. You know, sometimes the news really make you laugh a lot, a whole lot. Now I'm gonna tell no lie. According to GhanaWeb.com, in a bid to implement President John Dramani Mahama's vision for a round-the-clock economy, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Samuel Ablakwa, on Monday, February 10, announced plans of 2025, announced plans to introduce 24-hour operations at the passport office and Ghana's foreign missions. This move, according to the sector minister, aimed to improve passport processing, reduce delays, and, as such, create jobs. He said, the president strongly believes in a 24-hour economy, and this is one way we can implement it. Extending operations at the passport office will not only improve service delivery, but also generate employment. He made the remarks during his inaugural address at the ministry's management and staff, marking his first day on the job. This significant speech set the tone for his tenure, outlining his vision and priorities for the ministry. He also emphasized the need for full digitalization of passport services and the integration of biometric data across government institutions to eliminate duplication. Ablakwa criticized the current system where multiple agencies collected biometric data separately, calling it a needless waste of time and resources. Additionally, the Foreign Affairs Minister announced the establishment of a committee on the migration and welfare of Ghanaians in the diaspora to tackle the alleged exploitation of Ghanaian migrant workers. He lamented the alleged abuse and mistreatment of Ghanaian workers abroad, citing weak regulations and rogue agents. Sorry. Wow, 24-hour operations at a passport office. He is working toward a 24-hour economy. Well, not going to complain because the rest of the world, we all operate in a 24-hour a day economy, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Even in countries where Sundays, you will only find one like a shop here or there open. Who remembers those days? Or you might find the vendors along the highways, be the ones out. Supermarket never used to open on Sunday. No one ever used to open on Sunday. You better do everything where you have to do Monday to Saturday, Sunday, everything locked down. Well, that's no longer the world we live in. It's 24 hours a day. As they say, money never sleeps. So Ghana is getting with the times. Can't knock you. Do what you have to do, and getting your passport is essential. Yes. What I like though is making it make sense when you talk about the integration of biometric data across government institutions to eliminate duplication. There should be one central facility that collects everything and then disseminates it there, or other entities that need your biometric data, they tap into that one organization. It makes a lot of sense, in my opinion. Anybody wants to share their thoughts on this one before we move on? All right, let me go ahead and pin the next article on YouTube. And we're still in our stories on the international segment. US coal exports to India expected to rise due to China tariffs. This one can be found on finance.yahoo.com. The United States is expected to boost coal exports to India after China imposed tariffs on energy imports from the US. 5 industry officials made the statement, potentially eroding Australia and Russia's market shares in the Indian market. China's finance ministry last week said it would impose levies of 15% on imports of US coal, which the official said could push US miners to ship to India, the world's second largest coal importer behind China. 3 US cargoes that were supposed to go to China have landed in India, and around 10 more cargoes are waiting. These are huge cape sizes, and that could further drag down prices. That's according to the director at India's iEnergy Natural Resources. More US coal imports could have an impact on Australia. In volume terms, the US accounts for a small part of Chinese imports of coal, but the value of coking coal shipments, used mainly by steel makers, rose by nearly a third to $1.84 billion in 2024. Malcolm Roberts, who is chief marketing officer at the biggest US coal miner, Peabody Energy, said on a conference call with analysts last week that more US coal could go to India and more Australian coal to China as a result of the tariffs. Any words, any thoughts on this before we keep it moving? Onto my new favorite country of the world. One of my new favorite countries in the world, I should say. South Africa. Here we come. Our next article, South Africa's military reinforces beleaguered Congo mission. All right. Let me pin this here. According to globalsouthworld.com, South Africa has sent additional troops and military equipment to Democratic Republic of Congo in recent days, political and diplomatic sources have said, after 14 of its soldiers were killed in fighting with Rwanda-backed rebels last month. The South African reinforcement comes amid fears that fighting in eastern Congo could spark a broader war in a powder keg region that has, over the past 3 decades, witnessed genocide, cross-border conflicts, and dozens of uprisings. Flight data reviewed by Reuters showed a transport aircraft flying from South Africa to Lubumbashi in southern Congo. An airport employee there confirmed that military planes had landed last week. Okay, didn't realize that was going on. So, Mr. President, it seems more and more that the world is seeing Rwanda in a negative light because they do feel that Kagame is playing pretend. Let's just put it that way. Why are you laughing at us, Soji? Why are you laughing?
I like Mr. President's positive outlook. Majority of people knew Paul Kagame was loves to dip his hand in the cookie jar that doesn't belong to him from time to time. So This notion that he is one statesman is, I mean, every leader, like they say, a clock can be wrong twice, can be right twice a day. It doesn't mean you start using it as a barometer of telling the time. So, yeah. Brother is shifty. Let's just say that.
Or is it that the truth is just coming out? Just a matter of time.
Well, now we know that the emperor truly has no clothes. I'll leave that to your imagination.
Well, some South Africans are saying it's not our war. South Africa is believed to have around 3,000 troops deployed in Congo, both as part of a UN peacekeeping mission and a Southern African regional force tasked with helping Congo's army combat the M23 insurgency. Its intervention has drawn heavy criticism at home after the fall of Goma left South African soldiers surrounded and with no clear exit strategy. All right. Let's see. Hopefully, this can come to an end, because the unnecessary loss of lives is.
I mean, the strategy would be to adopt a military solution to it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only way you can settle that place. Talking about what should be done, who should do what, that kind of thing. Nah. And the reason I say that is that idea has been floated as far as 1961. How many years is that?
Years.
Thank you very much. As far back as 1961, none other by none other than Kwame Nkrumah in his book Challenge of the Congo. It's there. Congo is two things. It's a well of resource for all the world's powers, right? But at the same time, you have local elements that are also challenging for their own recognition, as it were. To be the guy who, when the people come in, they deal with. So, first and foremost, get all of those people that come from the outside, get them out first. And then let's sort this place out. Let's rearrange the furniture. And then Congo can be put on a, positive footing. But for now, all this talk this, 2 weeks later, we're fighting again. No. Let's, guys, moratorium. Step back from Congo for a while. 6 months. Give us 6 months. 6 months, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania. Those three, just those three. Nobody else, because Uganda is, by nature of its proximity to the place, implicated in what's going on. Rwanda, implicated. Burundi, implicated. But those three, Tanzania, South Africa, and Nigeria, let them go in and sort that place out. And those are the foremost three military powers on the continent. I mean, there's Egypt there as well, and Algeria. But in that neck of the woods, that can, because you also need people who look like you to go in, so that it doesn't seem as if there is an invasion or something like that. Let those three go in. They will sort that place out. Because Nigeria did it before with Liberia and Sierra Leone. Classic case, Nigeria doesn't play. What's it called? In Sierra Leone, Nigerian troops went in there to, ensure peace and order, all of that. And they lost about 50 soldiers were surrounded. Even though the 50 soldiers, they surrendered to the guys, but they executed those 50, right? So what does Nigeria then do? Nigeria then say, okay, you know what? Let's have a peace meeting. And they brought all the interested parties, all their leaders came to Abuja. When they got there, the foot soldiers were allowed to return. Their leaders were detained in Nigeria. Literally detained. In fact, one of them died in custody. That's how we play. That's how you deal with these people. You can't be going in and doing, oh, gentlemen, let's have a moratorium on ceasefire. Nah. Let's do it the African way. And I yield.
All right. Thank you, Adesoji. In our next article, In search of economic boost, some African countries send workers abroad. This article can be found on globalbankingandfinance.com. They line up by the hundreds to meet recruiters at schools in provincial towns and convention halls in large cities, some carrying advanced diplomas, others with only a primary education to their name. Each is hoping to land one of the million jobs the Kenyan government aims to fill this year in one of its most ambitious ever employment initiatives. The jobs are not in Kenya. They are in rich countries in Europe, the Middle East, and elsewhere, where officials hope young Kenyans can gain skills and income that will boost the domestic economy. There are no job opportunities here, so we are left with no option but to go outside Kenya. That's according to Lydia Muki, who is a 27-year-old clinical psychologist who attended a government sponsored job fair in the south central town of Machakos, where recruiters distributed glossy flyers advertising preschool teaching jobs in Germany and farm work in Denmark. The fairs are part of Kenya's first concerted effort to encourage labor migration to boost national development. Sending workers abroad has been at the core of development strategies of Asian countries like the Philippines and Bangladesh for decades, but the approach has not been widely embraced in sub-Saharan Africa, where countries like Kenya have been accused by frustrated citizens of shrinking their or shirking rather their responsibility to create jobs at home. Well, this is starting to change. As fast aging countries around the world search for workers to keep their economies afloat, some African nations without enough jobs for their rapidly growing populations are moving to take advantage. We have a very important resource called the human resource. That's according to Kenya's labor minister. Uh, this is where he launched a recruitment drive back in November across Kenya's 47 countries. We can export our labor and make a lot of money. For the government and job seekers alike, the logic of turning to overseas employment is simple. About 1 million Kenyans enter the workforce each year, but only a fifth find formal jobs. Work in targeted countries pays considerably more than in Kenya, and part of the income is remitted to family members at home. Central to the government's calculus are stark demographic trends. The United Nations projects that Africa's working age population will grow by about 1.5 billion by the year 2100, and that by 2050, it will be the only region in the world with a falling ratio of dependence to working age people. Even so, the strategy is not without risks, including from a swelling backlash against immigration in many European countries and the United States. In Germany, which signed an agreement with Kenya last September to relax certain requirements for employers who want to import skilled Kenyan workers, anti immigration sentiment is rising. That's according to opinion polls. The coalition that agreed the deal now faces a February 23 snap election in which its left leaning parties trail in the polls behind right wing rivals that have made tightening migration policies a centerpiece of their campaigns. The center right Christian Democratic Union, CDU, and far right Alternative for Germany, the AFD, that party opposed the 2023 law intended to boost imports of skilled labor on which the agreement with Kenya was based, arguing that the law's definition of skilled labor was too broad. The CDU, their leader, is widely tipped to become the next chancellor, and that's Friedrich Merz, did not answer questions about its plans for the law and the Kenya agreement. All right. Um, There's no comprehensive data on the export of African labor abroad, but Mutua said Kenya's government has facilitated the emigration of over 200,000 workers in the past 2 years and aims to export 1 million per year for the next 3 years. Is that doable? Is that going to happen? Is that possible? And go ahead, Adesoji. Go right ahead.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, it's so sad. It's just so sad. This is really sad. When you say you want to export labor, oh my god. I don't even know how to say it.
I wonder if you're going down the avenue I was thinking about. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But I don't know how to say it, but I'll say it this way. The last time such a thing happened, you ended up losing over 40 million people, and that became the transatlantic slave trade. When you say you want to export people to Europe, when they go to Europe, on their foreheads, it's not going to be written, oh, this person came in on a work visa. They're basically just going to be a blackface walking the streets. In places like Germany, in places like, I'll just give you one example. In Germany, in a place called Leipzig in northern Germany, there was a Ghanaian girl who was set ablaze. Exactly. Sometimes it's almost as if politicians operate on a certain wavelength that is beyond comprehension. It's as if you don't read newspapers. It's wild. You're going to put someone through that. For what? Anything that place wants, yeah, short of them being on the ground, can be remotely provided if they so need you to do so. If not, then look for people that will set up industry in your country, in your neck of the woods, and then you can put people to work there. Once you sign them off to any sort of nonsense, we saw it here with regards to the Jamaicans who went in the farming industry in Canada. That's even close by, yeah. And you saw what they were put through. How come, man? I don't know. I don't know how they think. I just don't know how they think. I don't know how they. It's almost. Look out the window and smell the coffee. It's not that sort of time. It's not that sort of time. Protect your people. I yield.
So isn't it a double-edged sword though, where there great benefits can be had from the initiative? However, how do we see to it that the people who are granted the opportunity to go to other countries in Europe to work, how can we see to it that, or how can the Kenyan government see to it that they are not mistreated? How can they see to it that they're paid fair wages? So on and so forth. Now, how do we see to it that upon the termination of said contracts, right? How do we see to it that when they return to Kenya, we can see infrastructural development, infrastructural change that will, over a period of time, result in the lessening or the reduction, rather, let me not use that, the reduction of people needing to go overseas because now we are building up our own country. Go ahead, James. I know you were going to say something. Go right ahead.
No, I was saying it doesn't make sense, especially like the magnitude in which they're trying to do it. Because remember, like the climate now is not the climate that would think that something like that would be successful. Half of the countries in Europe right now are paying immigrants to leave. So why would they go through that trouble to pay immigrants to leave and then now invite a new set of people in the country? It doesn't make sense.
Not making sense.
And I don't understand why you're importing people, but then you ask the question about a fair wage. If they were paying fair wages, wouldn't they not have to import people to
I'm glad
work?
you caught on to that.
Okay.
I'm glad you caught on to that.
Okay, I thought it was just me. Okay.
I was being very facetious, if you want to say that. Yeah. Oh boy.
And let's just say sorry.
No, go ahead. Go right ahead.
I honestly don't think there'll be any way to protect those people because history has shown I don't know of a place that it has worked. I yield.
Oh, ye of little faith. Oh, ye of little faith. Come on, Ja. We can do better than that.
You know I'm very positive, but my brain, you know what? Let me just be quiet.
Lordy, Lordy, Lord have mercy. You're too bad. You're too bad. You're too bad. But yeah. All right. Our next article, our final article out of the stories in the international segment. I thought this one was funny. Jeff Bezos wins MOD contract amid concern over Musk satellite dominance. And you're probably saying, why is this in this segment and not in the business and tech segment? Well, let us head on over to another country, shall we? Your country, Adesoji. According to Yahoo News, yahoo.com, Jeff Bezos has won what is thought to be his first military contract in Britain as Amazon seeks to forge closer ties with defense organizations. Amazon's satellite venture Project Prepare secured a deal worth hundreds of thousands of pounds to undertake a study on advanced space based communication systems for the Ministry of Defense, which was later presented to UK Space Command. One industry source said Amazon executives had been rattling the door of the British defense establishment as it prepares to launch a network of thousands of communication satellites in the coming years. Amazon Prepare is intended to compete with Mr. Musk's Starlink, which already has 7,000 satellites in low orbit. They can only be in low orbit, by the way. You can't go through the firmament above the Earth, providing internet connectivity to millions of people. The £670,000 consultancy deal. What on have money I throw over there like that? £670,000 for consultancy deal. We would have done it for £70,000. With the MOD involved, prepare exploring the use of translator satellites for British military officials. The U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, has been working on similar technology. The idea is to develop a new communications layer between military, government, and private satellites or a nation's allies. Currently, satellites are mostly limited to sending signals to spacecraft in the same network. The e-commerce giant has also been courting defense officials in the US for billions of dollars in contracts for satellite business. So the war of the oligarchs has begun. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it has begun. And now we get to sit back and see them go at each other's throats. Who else is going to enter the chat, go in the ring with them? Go ahead, Adesoji. I see the emoji.
No, the reason I see the reason you see the emoji is they did say it's consultancy, isn't it? Because the British don't open themselves up like that
But
to foreigners.
consultancy at that expense, you see the bill?
Yeah, but they will lock you. Be rest assured, the British will lock you down. They won't expose themselves like that. They don't. If it's one, the British have this saying, which is "loose tongues cost lives." So they don't. Exactly. They don't trust anyone. Yeah, it's a business deal. Let's see what you have. And it's also a way of spying on you as well, because for one, they can't come into your organization and get your trade secrets. So in the course of you talking, they will understand how far the industry has gone and see whether they have shortfalls or not. There is a high probability that he won't help them launch any satellite. They will launch it themselves. But kudos to him. He has come in here because if you go on the parliamentary website, Jeff Bezos is not exactly a friend of the British government. So yeah, he's not.
But is that is it a case so that they humor him more and they are more tolerant of him versus Musk, who they hurriedly rushed out.
So what if it's one thing the British do very well, it's how can I say it? It's be very savvy about the people they're dealing with. They'll make you feel comfortable. It's the comfort that you feel that will let your guard down. And once they get around you, you're done.
So in other words, Adesoji, they have not changed their MO.
And never.
That's how they conquered the world.
It's always worked for them. It's always worked for them. So why change it? So they'll bring you in. They'll bring you in, but there's an extent to which they will expose themselves to you. That's why when you said once you said £760,000, I'm like
670,000.
Yeah, once you said that amount of money, it's like, yeah, for them that's like buying a sandwich in a shop. They'll get far more than that from you. Don't worry.
So let me ask a question. I wonder if Amazon is going to fumble, if they're going to because you see, when you start going into other avenues, right, and you don't focus on your core, how you started, and you don't maintain that, you stand to lose market share. This, in my opinion, I'm trying to look down the road now, folks, all right? This to me looks as though there is going to be an opportunity for another company to creep up behind Amazon and take market share. Because guess what? Bezos is now focused on going out of space, right? He's now focused on government contracts. He is focused on satellite technology. Get ready. Another one is coming. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
When what's it called? When drone technology was just picking off, there's this company that the United Kingdom has, and they're based out of a barn. You heard me right? A barn. Yeah, in Oxfordshire. Right? That company is now worth tens of billions, right? And what do? They just make chips. Just chips, circuitry, right? That company now is one of the most protected companies and what have you. Even the Israelis are looking to get that information. So Jeff Bezos is coming in to just show us how to switch on the kettle. That's it. And that's where it stops. Because listen, to them, he is like, okay, here's a rich boy who has some rich toys. Let's see whether the kind of toys he has are the ones that we don't have yet. And that's it.
They do like to compare toys.
Hello?
Ja. That's what they like to compare toys. That does sound right, Ja. That does sound right.
What does sound right about? She says they like to compare your toys. You got a big toy, I'm got a small toy. Let's fight.
Kind of like, what's the fascination with crowd sizes?
Hello? We're talking about military guns now. You know, you got a big gun, you got a small gun.
All right, let me behave myself. Let me behave myself. All right, so I have updated the website with the information that we spoke about earlier. We had a story talking about an opportunity that closes the application. So this said opportunity closes on March the 1st. You can head on over to coffeeinto.com. And when you do so, you can go to the resources tab. And there you will find the link to the, let me get it right, the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue Program for 2025. The applications of the program closed on March 1, 2025. I also made sure to put that information there. So the link, Commonwealth Leaders Dialogue Canada, it is there. It is on the resources page for Coffee in Tow. Head on over there, grab the link, share it with someone you know. And I also want to invite you to head on over to the shop page while you're there on Coffee in Tow. Go to the shop page and you can click the link for www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Go ahead and get your shopping on, because you will be able to get 20% off all coffee products. When you get to the checkout, just use the code COFFEEINTO20. Again, the code COFFEEINTO20 for 20% off all coffee products available on grandcoffeehouse.com. And Mother's Day, Father's Day is coming up right around the corner. I would like you to go ahead and start to do your shopping for skincare products, 100% all natural organic skincare products, by clicking the link to lormelskinfood.com, which is available on our shop page as well. All right. I think someone opened their mic.
Yeah, it was me.
Go
Moments.
ahead, James. Go right ahead.
I'm gonna send you something. Something came up. I forgot to send it to you. It was in December. Canada, they're working on a technical skill program that's going to be in their. It's a joint effort with them and CARICOM.
Mm-hmm.
And they announced that they're going to invest. They're starting out with some $3 million investment in the Caribbean with technical skills like engineering and all these other stuff. So there's a link on the website, the Canadian website. I'm going to forward it to you.
Yes,
so maybe you
please.
can add that too.
Yes,
Yeah.
please send that to me. Any information, again, folks listening, whether you're listening online, you're on YouTube Live, or right here with me on Fanbase, any information for programs that can be beneficial to our family and friends and our supporters across the diaspora, please let us share that information. All right. So far on our resources site, we have the link for the Work Remotely in Barbados program. We have a link there for the Heart NSTA Trust. We also have a link for the Jamaica travel.gov Department of State site if you need information regarding embassies here across the U.S. We also have the link for the Black Women's Health Imperative, the Lancet, which is a medical journal. We have a link for that there. And we just added the Commonwealth Leaders Dialogue Canada link so that the application can be accessed. And remember, the program ends March 1st. So folks, send over any links you have, please. We want to put the information there, all right? Because folks stand to benefit from it, all right? What am I feel like I'm missing out something. I feel like I'm missing something before we move on. Hold on 1 second. Let me fix something here real quick. Fix it in live time. All right, we're done. Yep, I'm done. Oh, no, I'm not done. Sorry, folks. Sorry. It's when you're multitasking, sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's not a good thing. All right, so I think we have come to the end of our stories in the international segment. Coming up next, we have stories out of North America. We're going to take a quick break, and 25 minutes after the top of the hour, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we have stories out of North America. If you are already on the Coffee in Tow website, just please do me a favor, just hit the refresh button, just refresh the site, and you will see the links there. All right, so we're done with you. Jeff and Musk can do nothing because we're not in full tax bracket. We'll just sit down and watch how this is. Who going sabotage who? You think somebody going sabotage somebody? All right. Next segment. Let me go ahead and put the banner up. We're going to take a quick break. And then we'll come back. So we will be right back. Let me run the ad. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. We're back with YouTube. So now stories out of America the Great. I know we're like North America, right? First up, AP calls it Gulf of Mexico, and that's angering the White House. They don't like that. I'm going to ask you all, please do not have anyone up in the White House needing medical attention. AP, which is the Associated Press News, just fall in line and follow suit, please, and thank you. We have to preserve our wonderful number 47, who is the President of the United States of America, who signed an executive order stating that it is no longer called the Gulf of Mexico. It is the Gulf of America. So please do the right thing. Okay? Thank you. According to NPR.org, the White House on Wednesday defended its decision to block a reporter from the Associated Press from covering two official events because the news service did not refer to the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. President Trump signed an executive order on his first day, renaming the Gulf in recognition of this flourishing economic resource and its critical importance to our nation's economy and its people, according to the order. The AP recommends that its journalists and the news organizations that rely on it reflects the Gulf's historic name, but acknowledge Trump's desired shift in language, which directly affects usage by the federal government and inside the US. His chief spokesperson made no apologies for seeking to impose the president's desired language on the news agency. According to White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, just leave it alone, Carolyn. It is a privilege to cover this White House. Nobody has the right to go into the Oval Office and ask the President of the United States questions. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was about to say, but wasn't he voted in by the people? But then again, I forgot. No one has the right to go into the Oval Office and ask the President of the United States questions. That's an invitation that is given. How dare you? It was very upfront. I was very upfront in my briefing on day one that if we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. Leavitt continued in response to questions from CNN's Caitlin Collins. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that. Meanwhile, eggs are $13 a dozen. So let me do this. Oh, boy, okay.
It's not even worth it. It really is not even worth it.
The Gulf of Mexico was formed about 200 million years ago when the supercontinent Pangaea began to break up. It's home to sharks, by the way. You know that? Yeah. Yeah. I wonder, you know what? Did somebody let him know that it's in the Gulf of Mexico has incredibly old black coral reefs? Point that out, and then he may say, you know what, we don't want it again.
Oh my God. Thank you for the laughter today.
Yeah, I think they need to point that out, Ja, because that right there, I would strongly suggest they call it the Gulf of America, Cuba, and Mexico. That has, I mean, because for over 500 years, it has been a key part of the economic and political development of those countries. So just call it the Gulf of UCM. How about that? Is that better? Can we advocate for that? The Gulf of UCM?
Can you hear me? Good morning.
RoSolo,
Good
good
morning.
morning. Good morning,
Good morning. How
RoSolo.
about I'm not going to say anything outlandish. How about we advocate for the important things that are happening in our country?
This is
You know,
important, RoSolo.
homelessness, the price of
No,
eggs, even
no,
poverty.
no,
You know, no. Oh,
no,
I'm sorry.
no.
Okay.
You're. Listen, fall in line. You're missing.
Well, then I'll say something outlandish. Since you said sharks habitate there, well, I suggest that Trump and Musk go take a dip.
No. Long live Trump. Just as we say, long live the king, long live Trump. Um, I'm just saying, somebody needs to point this out. It's over, it's home to the black coral reefs. That's important. And we're going to put black in bold letters, as we pointed out. By the way, have you all seen that video? I can't play it here because that little 4-year-old cursed at our president and nothing came of it. Remember
Oh no, I
you
didn't see
didn't
it.
see. Oh, you better
The
get
one
it.
where he told him he's not president, he should
Not
go home.
there's another one telling him to shut the F up.
I love these kids. Aren't they just the greatest? That's our future.
Wow.
They're our future. Yep.
So you know what? Children only repeat at that age. They only repeat what they hear. Oh yes,
Well, there was another young child that was in the Oval Office, and right next to the desk, right next to the president, and said, "You're not the president. You should go home."
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That's circulating
Oh,
like
okay.
crazy because of the hot mics that are all over. And that was interesting. I'm waiting to hear what the press secretary has to say about that. Has she issued a statement yet about little Musk, who may be the future president? That was totally disrespectful. And he was not even told by his father, no, you can't do that. Rather disturbing.
Moments you said that children repeat, especially that at that age, repeat what they hear from their parents. So he's only repeating what he heard. He's not president. Go home.
But I mean,
He
isn't
should
that
have said,
something we
"My dad."
all have been saying, Dora Solo?
Yes, and so is his dad at home saying it.
Well, his dad
So
kind of said it to Netanyahu. Didn't him and Netanyahu have that conversation?
but we all know the truth. So, there's that. They're only saying what we all feel from the mouth of babes. There you go.
Yep, from the mouth of babes. But can you imagine? We are going to be up in arms about whether it's the Gulf of America or Gulf of Mexico when we, as RoSolo pointed out, we have more critical issues at hand. This is what we choose to have a press conference about. This is what we are angry. This is what the White House is angry about. Angry that a journalist is referring to it by the name that it has been called for hundreds of years, a name that has been embedded. We're supposed to automatically stop and say, oh, oh, so by the way, hold on, before I say anything, Gulf of Mexico. Let me look on the map because I don't want to talk foolishness. Okay, so let me ask a question. The piece of Cuba that the Gulf of Mexico brush up on, what are we going to do about that? Is there a plan for that the piece of Cuba? That the you know that piece, right? The west end of Cuba. What are we gonna do about it? Will because now it says Gulf of America. So are we gonna take Cuba? Or that part of Cuba? What are we gonna do? How are we gonna push by some way in some way push Cuba over, move them out of the Gulf of America? Because I mean, we're imposing sanctions on the Gulf of I, I don't know. They soon come for the Yucatan channel as well and say, no, we need that too. We need to change the name of that. The Gulf of Mexico is situated in the Mexican basin. But anyway, all right, let's keep it moving. RoSolo, homelessness is not an issue. We have bigger issues to talk about. Here's another hot topic that we need to talk about. This is more important than anything else. Put Medicaid to the side, put diseases to the side, put everything to the side. NYC Mayor Eric Adams will now be beholden to President Trump. This is according to critics. Let's take a listen to this article.
Mayor Adams is expected to meet with the Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement this week. As Ali Bauman reports, this announcement comes as the mayor says that he's trying to earn back the trust of New Yorkers after the Justice Department moved to dismiss the corruption charges against him.
I would never put any personal benefit above my solemn responsibility as your mayor.
Mayor Eric Adams is reasserting his innocence against federal corruption charges Tuesday, hours after the Justice Department directed federal prosecutors to put the case against him on ice.
I also understand that many New Yorkers will still question my character. And I know that I must continue to regain your trust.
To do that, the mayor has to convince New Yorkers the DOJ's directive does not indebt him to President Trump, with whom he's cozied up to in recent weeks.
Is Adams selling the city, so to speak?
The question is, what does Trump want in exchange for this? What is Adams going to give him?
As the Trump administration continues its immigration crackdown, sources tell CBS News New York it is probable federal agents will work alongside the NYPD on immigration. Border Czar Tom Homan is expected to meet with Mayor Adams Thursday.
And he's going to sit there and tell Eric Adams what to do and who to do it to.
Adams's challengers in the upcoming mayoral election are wasting no time taking shots.
The mayor has made it clear he's standing up just for himself.
Eric Adams sold us out in order to save himself.
It wasn't even a backroom deal. It was out in the open.
Today, Eric Adams no longer works for New Yorkers. He works for Donald Trump.
Standing up to Trump means replacing this kind of a mayor.
Should the governor ask the mayor to step down?
100%. We're at a point now, this is not tenable.
Governor Hochul is advising the mayor to focus on public safety and steering the city in the right direction.
There's no clear deadline for when federal prosecutors have to file a motion to dismiss the charges, which the judge then has to sign off on. And the DOJ's memo leaves the door open for federal prosecutors to revisit the case after the mayoral election. Ali Bauman, CBS News, New York.
You can watch the mayor's full address on our website, cbsnewyork.com.
Do we laugh or cry? What do we do? New York, what's up? What's good? Are we going to have an increase in sales of Timberland? What's good, New York? What's good? Is that what's going on up there? Everybody's
I think it's a little bit of payback for the cases that they brought against him.
You think, Ja? You think a little bit? Not a little bit.
He's always had this illusion that New York was his.
Oh.
You know, he was the real estate giant of New York. So now he's able to find other ways to get the story he wants.
Why?
But moments, can you blame Adams though?
What do you mean, James? Clarify.
No, because I think anybody in his situation would probably, because he's caught between a rock and a hard place, right? Like, remember? Remember, like, he went with what Joe Biden wanted like those policies. And people, remember, we were having this discussion all of last year. People in New York were pissed that they saw people, illegal immigrants, getting those how much, what, 3,000 something a month cards, and they were being put up in hotel. And then the federal government did not cover it, so he had to cover it with New York budget. And then they have to cut garbage removal, they have to cut a lot of stuff. And then now, for whatever they speculated that he was doing, which I'm sure, is nothing close to what was happening with Hunter Biden and those guys, and they went after him. So to protect himself, you have to go, pretty much go in bed with the sharks.
Give me some more meat on the bone. What was, hold on, no man, I need some more information from you. What was Mayor Adams, what is Mayor Adams accused of?
No, he's accused of taking money from some business people or whatever. That's one of the accusations, right? And his assistant also and her son face prosecution for pushing through some building permits and stuff like that. So those are the type of things that they went after him. And a lot of people out there are saying that the only reason why they went after him for those allegations, they went after him, is because he started speaking up about the burden that he's facing as a mayor, covering all of that money that they had to spend on immigrants. And when he asked back, like Joe Biden, like there was nothing coming from the federal, they would have to cover it on New York's budget. When that pushback started, that is when these allegations started stepping up more, and they started going after him. Like, a lot of people feel that if he didn't say anything, he would have been protected. So I don't think you can blame him. He's going to try and protect himself.
All right, so
nobody wants to be in prison, right?
Nobody, I agree. So according to BBC.com, let's go ahead and jump on to this one. Hold on a second. Let me put this back here. Okay, so according to BBC.com, in an article dated 27th of September 2024, U.S. prosecutors have charged New York City Eric Adams with bribery and fraud charges as part of a long-running scheme that has upended politics in America's largest city. As part of what officials have described as an abuse of power, Adams is alleged to have accepted illegal gifts worth over $100,000 from Turkish citizens and at least one government official. In exchange, Turkish officials are believed to have sought favors from the mayor, including help skirting safety regulations to open a consulate in New York. Adams, a former police captain, has denied any wrongdoing and vowed to fight the allegations in court. Eric Adams is facing 5 separate criminal counts, including conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program bribery, and to receive campaign contributions by foreign nationals, wire fraud, 2 counts of solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national, and bribery. According to the 57-page indictment, Adams allegedly accepted more than $100,000 in luxury travel, including hotel stays, lavish meals, and airline upgrades from Turkish nationals beginning in 2016, when he still served as president of the New York Borough of Brooklyn. In one instance, for example, Adams is alleged to have received a heavily discounted stay at the Bentley Room of Istanbul's St. Regis Hotel, paying $600 for a 2-day visit that was valued at approximately $7,000. This was a multi-year scheme to buy favor with the single New York City politician on the rise. That's according to U.S. Attorney Damian Williams at a news conference. Additionally, Adams is alleged to have sought out campaign contributions from Turkish sources for his 2021 mayoral election campaign. None of this was publicly declared, and prosecutors claim Adams used straw donors to hide the sources of the money and at times created fake paper trails that suggested he paid or intended to pay for the gift. So what is the wire fraud charge? Well, One of the charges in the indictment via fraud stems from allegations that Adams devised a scheme to obtain money by making false and fraudulent pretenses in his dealings. Specifically, prosecutors claim that the money Adams obtained from Turkey allowed him to qualify for a public financing program that provides eligible political candidates with funds to match donations from New York City residents. As part of the initiative known as the Matching Funds Program, candidates are prohibited from accepting contributions from people who are not U.S. citizens or lawful residents, as well as corporations and foreign entities and organizations. According to the Justice Department, Adams fraudulently obtained as much as $2,000 in public funds for each illegal contribution. So, what did Adams allegedly do in exchange? Pull up your chair. In exchange for the campaign contributions and lavish travel, Adams is alleged to have responded to a variety of concerns from Turkish nationals and at least one government official. In 2016, for example, the indictment claims that Adams was told that he would cut ties with a Turkish community center in Brooklyn after a Turkish official told him it was affiliated with a group hostile to Turkey's government. The Turkish official also reportedly told him that he could no longer associate with the center if he wished to keep receiving support from Turkey's government. In another instance in 2021, prosecutors alleged that Adams, at the behest of a Turkish diplomat, also pressured an official from New York's fire department to help make sure the new Turkish consular building in the city was ready for a visit from Turkey's president without a fire inspection. I want to stick a pin right there. So, if that went through, and God forbid something happened, you know whose ass would be on the line? You know who would come under fire if lives were lost in that? He would be sitting in jail facing life imprisonment right now. May I tell you that? Anyway, let me keep moving. The fire department official responsible for the assessment of the skyscraper consulate building was told he would lose his job if he failed to approve the building. Yeah. Now, can you imagine? You go ahead and approve that building and that building come crumbling down upon people. Whose ass would be in the gallows? But let me continue. In that instance, the indictment claims that a Turkish official told Adams it was his turn to repay him. You see, you have to be careful when you align yourself with certain individuals. And as my father, may his soul rest in peace, and always say, nobody no do nothing for you for free. After Adams intervened, the skyscraper opened as requested by the Turkish official. Adams has denied these claims as well, saying, I know I don't take money from foreign donors. Could Adams go to prison? In theory, Adams could face a lengthy prison sentence for the charges. The wire fraud count alone carries a maximum sentence of 20 years, while both counts of soliciting campaign contributions from foreign nationals each carry a maximum sentence of 5 years. The bribery charge carries a maximum charge of 10 years in prison. The remaining charge, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program bribery, and to receive campaign contributions from foreign nationals, well, that carries with a maximum sentence of 5 years. In the shorter term, the charges are likely to imperil Adams' political future ahead of his 2025 re-election bid. Dozens of lawmakers, including members of New York City's Council and Democratic U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, have called on him to do what? Step down. Adams has vowed to fight the charges and called for immediate trial, resisting calls to resign. I will continue to do my job as mayor, he said at a news conference. And I don't blame him, James. I don't blame him. Stand your ground, because as long as in your job, as long as you can put yourself in a position to be protected, you're going to do it, not you? You not care about nothing or nobody else, is what Mayor Eric Adams is doing. In this case, based on what is put in front of us, the evidence put in front of us via the BBC and any other media outlet. Back to you, James.
Evidence that still there hasn't been a trial to actually say yay or nay, though, right?
We will stay abreast of this, Jack.
9 minutes.
Thank you, Jack, my timekeeper. Let's squeeze in one more before we have to, or I think we can get the other two in. Let us see. According to abcnews.com, Elon Musk has been grilled about Doge transparency, and there are conflicts in the Oval Office. Lord have mercy. Every day, if it's not one name, is the other. If it's not one name, is the other. If it's not one name, is the other. I'm tired of them. Tired. Next up. But we have to just deal with it, right? It is what it is. Elon Musk joined President Donald Trump in the Oval Office on Tuesday, where he addressed reporters for the first time amid his aggressive cost-cutting efforts across the federal government. Musk defended the Department of Government Efficiency as Trump asked him to speak about the team's work. Well, the Tesla billionaire brought his young son, X, and wore a black coat and Make America Great Again hat. I'm sorry. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, or if the bureaucracy is in charge, then what meaning does democracy actually have? Hold on, let me read that again. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, or if the bureaucracy is in charge, then what meaning does democracy actually have? Says the man who I'm sure is pretty aware that the representative from AP News was shut out because they did not agree, or they did not use Gulf of America. Okay. And let us remember that Musk is an unelected official himself. Don't forget that. Okay. All right. Musk had not faced questions since taking the lead on Trump's mandate to slash or even dismantle some federal agencies. The White House has said he is classified he is classified as a quote unquote special government employee, but it's unclear to whom he is accountable other than Trump. ABC News senior political correspondent Rachel Scott pressed Musk on what accountability he faces and whether he is policing himself. Musk, in response, claimed Doge's actions are maximally transparent. Maximally transparent, yet federal workers did not have access. Government officials did not have access to federal buildings. Yeah, okay, but it's maximally transparent, whatever that means. While Musk and his Doge have been posting about some of its activities on social media, the information is often vague and doesn't include many specifics about what Musk repeatedly claims is widespread corruption and fraud to justify his actions. Yeah, and he did say that he lied to the American people when he told them about the $50 million in condoms that went to Gaza, not being specific that it went to Gaza in Mozambique.
No, he didn't lie. He made a mistake.
He made a mistake, right? And he said, yes, he's going to be saying a lot of things that are not factual. He did point that out I don't know if anybody caught that, but he did point that out, that he was going to be saying things that are not factual. Yeah, pay attention, folks. Pay attention. So ABC Scott followed up by asking about potential conflicts of interest, as his reporting shows his own firms have received $8 billion. I'm getting ahead of myself because I have the figures coming up in our next segment, TikTok Talk. Well, his firms have received billions of dollars in government contracts and continue to do so. You will be astounded at the daily amount that he rakes in. Yeah, daily. Well, all of our actions are fully public, Musk said. So if you see anything, you say, like, wait a second, hey, you know what that does? That seems like maybe that's, that there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. Listen, did you? I know you really listen to him talk. What does he sound like to you when he's speaking? You really have to zone in.
A buffoon? No. A babbling idiot? Any of those things? No.
He loses you because he's saying much about nothing. Much about nothing, quite frankly. Trump jumped in to say that if his administration thought there was a conflict, we would not let him do that segment or look in that area.
Despite the money that he's making on the side, is he actually getting a salary? I'm sorry, I'm just
You know what?
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Let's go ahead and wrap up the on air with QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, and madmusichouse.com. I want to say thank you very much for tuning in. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. In the meantime, we invite you to join us right here on YouTube Live. Head over to YouTube, search for Coffee and Toe, catch us on the live, or if you'd like to be a part of the conversation, join us on Fanbase. You can find the Fanbase app in your Google and Apple Play stores. So this is where we come to the end of the road with you, my online listeners. Thank you once again for your support. See you tomorrow morning. And that being said, I will be ending the live stream in 3, 2, 1. All right, live stream. So I'm just with you all right here on Fanbase and in YouTube Live. So back to the conversation. Musk also claimed Doge's unprecedented effort to slash spending is not draconian or radical and is needed for America to remain solvent as a country. He claimed a cursory examination of Social Security showed people in the system were 150 years old or had no identifying information. Doge has faced early setbacks from the courts, with a federal judge temporarily blocking Musk and his team from accessing Treasury Department material, including sensitive information as the Social Security numbers and bank account information of millions of Americans. As a matter of fact, give to him, as long as he promised to put $1 million in everybody's bank account, him can go right ahead. If him not gonna do that, he don't need access. And while he at it, just clean off our debts. The administration and some key Republicans, including House Speaker Mike Johnson, have criticized the court action against Doge. Johnson earlier Tuesday said the court should step back and let Doge work. Interesting enough, I came across a video, and I Lord, please tell me somebody did save the video. Came across a video. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. We're not in our TikTok talk segment, but I want to bring this video up right now.
I'm here on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, and my question is, where are my Republican colleagues? There's not a single one of my Republican colleagues here on the House floor. In fact, I am standing on the Republican side of the aisle, and there's not a single one in the chamber right now. While Donald Trump and Elon Musk and their group of teenage hackers are dismantling the federal government, not a single one is to be found here on the House floor this afternoon. So let me say to the American people, this is not normal. What is happening right now in this country is not normal, and Democrats are fighting back. We are fighting to defend the Constitution, the rule of law, the separation of powers, vital funding for our communities, the health and safety of our people, and saving our democracy, because what is happening in this country right now is not normal. Over the last 3 weeks since Donald Trump took office, federal agencies have been dismantled. Thousands of federal workers have been fired and put on leave and are left in limbo. Millions in federal funds have been frozen for our communities. And your private data has been hacked by a group of teenage software hackers at the Department of Treasury. And Elon Musk and Donald Trump are breaking the law daily inside of these agencies. In fact, not only are they breaking the law, they are violating the Constitution, appropriations law, statutory law. There are 55 court cases pending right now in front of federal courts. Federal stays filed by federal judges to stop Trump and Musk from these illegal activities. And Democrats are here on the House floor fighting. We're fighting in the halls of Congress. We're working with our allies on the outside to fight in the courts. And yes, we are fighting in the streets alongside the American people. So where are the Republicans? Have you so abdicated your constitutional responsibility that you can't hold your own party accountable? Just last week in the Oversight Committee, we asked for Elon Musk to come testify. And when we tried to subpoena him, you went out of your way to stop him from appearing in front of the United States House of Representatives Oversight Committee. If you're so proud of what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing inside of these agencies, then why are you trying so hard to shield them from public scrutiny and appearing in the people's house? Because really, what the hell is going on? That is what the American people want to know. Why are you trampling on their fundamental rights? As millions of Americans are terrified right now across this country, and we know that thousands of your constituents are calling your offices as we speak. Seniors and elders from our communities that are afraid that their Social Security checks aren't going to come. Housing and homeless organizations that are afraid they're going to have to shut down and not be able to give out vouchers so that people have housing. Food banks who are concerned they're not going to have enough funding to get to the end of the month to make sure that families can eat. Hospitals and clinics that are wondering if they're going to have to shut down whole parts of their treatment to the public. Universities whose funds have been frozen, and state, local, and tribal governments who are continuing to get notifications from the administration that their funding is not coming, even though a court has already ordered Donald Trump more than once that they are violating the law. So where are our Republican colleagues? Why are they pretending like there's nothing to see here? Maybe it's because while we're standing here, they are literally meeting behind closed doors, putting together a tax package that has yet to see the light of day, that will literally make permanent the largest tax breaks for billionaires in the history of this country. That's right. That's what they're up to. That is what they're doing. And you know who those tax breaks are going to go to? They're going to go to people like Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and all the billionaires and millionaires who are serving in the cabinet right now and giving unfettered access to Elon Musk and his software engineers to hack your private data. And how are they going to pay for it? They already told us how they're going to pay for it. They're going to steal your Medicaid and your Medicare, and they're going to do it by illegally shutting down grants and funding for these agencies and for all of the countless services and programs that we know they're hacking this data to do. So we know what they're up to. And our Republicans are acting like there's nothing to see here because they're in on it, guys. That's why they're not here on the floor. That's why they're missing. That's why they're letting Elon Musk and his Silicon Valley buddies raid the federal treasury. And so we want you to know, the American people, what is actually going on here. And tomorrow, in the very first hearing of the Oversight Committee's new DOJ subcommittee, Democrats are ready to fight. We are ready to show the American people what is actually happening and how we are fighting back to defend and to serve our people and to reveal what is actually going on, not only in this chamber, but across this town as they try to dismantle our agencies and funding. So I say to the American people, not only are we fighting for you, continue to join us in the fight. We need your voices. We need them loud. We need them clear. Keep calling your Republican representatives. Keep calling us and let them know Not only is this not normal, this is not okay, and we are going to continue to fight for our democracy. I'm here.
And that was Representative Melanie Stansbury. And just to read something real quick here on Baller Alert, posted this up. Elon Musk has posted a meme calling Americans parasites for using federal programs. Yes, Elon Musk reposting this meme, laughing at federal program cuts and referring to Americans as parasites, comes across as tone deaf. As one of the world's richest individuals born into wealth, he is far removed from the financial realities most Americans face. The vast majority of Americans do not support this. Hold on, let me bring this other piece up here. Bear me 1 second. So he posted on his X account why 90% of America loves Doge. And below it, it says, watching Trump slash federal programs, knowing it doesn't affect you because you're not a member of the parasite class. So let me read some more things here. Elon Musk's meme suggests that only the so-called parasite class benefits from federal programs. But in reality, millions of everyday Americans across all income levels rely on government programs, including ones Musk himself has benefited from. Here are just a few major federal programs that support American workers, families, and businesses. Social Security and Medicare. And let us be reminded that the only way Social Security and Medicare can have any money in it is because when we, the American people, work, it's an automatic deduction from our paychecks. Before you even get your paycheck, that is deducted. You don't have a choice. There is zero option to make yourself exempt. It is automatically deducted from your paychecks, right? So Social Security provides retirement income for over 66 million Americans. So you're calling 66 million Americans parasites. These 66 million Americans have paid into the Social Security Fund over the years as they worked because they wanted to know that there was something at the base for them to have when they retired. Medicare offers health care to over 65 million seniors and disabled individuals. Yes, all of us who worked or are still working have paid into this so that our seniors can benefit. So those who are not able to afford the outrageous prices of the outrageous cost of healthcare can have it subsidized in some way, shape, or form. Moving right along. Federal student loans and grants. Programs like Pell Grants and federal student loans help millions afford college. And yes, there are people sitting right up there in Washington. Case in point, I'm sure J.D. Vance benefited from Pell Grants and for our federal student loans because he came from a low-income family that would not have been able to afford to send him to college. So he benefited from these programs. So I guess he is outrightly calling J.D. Vance a parasite. And everyone who has been able to secure a college education, because colleges and universities are so expensive, exorbitant fees just to gain a qualification. Yes. Oh, and by the way, in case you forgot, the only reason they started charging for, and since we are in Black History Month, right here in the great US of A, the only reason there's a thing called a college tuition is because Black people started going to school in this country, started going to university. And who was the president that saw to it that you now have to pay for college? Ronald Reagan. Let's keep it moving. Tax credits and subsidies. The Child Tax Credit and Earned Income Tax Credit, the EITC, helps working families. First-time home buyer credits make home ownership more accessible. Federal infrastructure and disaster relief. Okay, here we go. And I'm sure this one is going to impact everyone. whether you are a parasite or not. Highways, bridges, public transport, airports are funded by federal programs. So I guess we're going to be grounding every airplane as we shut the airports down, because that's federal funding, folks. And only parasites are using those. FEMA. FEMA provides relief after natural disasters. Yes, FEMA steps in, especially in the red states. And in case you don't know, the red states, those are the poor states. But let's see how it's going to pan out. Let's keep it moving. Oh, they are parasites now, right? They weren't parasites when you were campaigning alongside Donald Trump. Healthcare and food assistance. As much as we like to say America is the greatest nation on earth, and yes, America is the wealthiest nation on earth, there is food insecurity here in this country. There are children and families who don't eat more than one time a day. Yes, you'd be surprised, but it happens. You might pull up to a food bank and you may see Mercedes-Benzes, Lexuses, Jaguars, so on and so forth in those lines. You know what? Because those people are no longer middle class people now. Yeah, it's a reality. But anyway, let me not digress. Medicaid covers low-income families, pregnant women, and children. And you know what? It also covers SNAP, food stamps, helps feed over 41 million Americans. Well, you 41 million Americans, the parasitic behavior ends. No more being a parasite. Let's keep it moving. Ironically, Musk's own companies have benefited from billions in federal loans. And you know who puts into the federal fund so that he's able to benefit from these federal loans or federal funding or grants? We, the American people, we, the parasites. Yes, it's us parasites who make it possible for Musk to benefit from federal funding. Yes, ironically, Musk's own companies have benefited from billions in federal loans, contracts, and tax incentives, just like many industries and individuals across the country. Federal programs aren't just for a parasite class. They're the foundation that supports millions of hard-working Americans. Moving right along. Multiple federal programs that the parasite Elon Musk has benefited from. Elon Musk and his companies, Tesla, SpaceX, Solar City, which is now part of Tesla, the Boring Company, and Neuralink have benefited from several U.S. federal programs, including grants, tax breaks, government contracts, and loans. Here are some key examples. Talk about government loans and bailouts. Tesla's $465 million loan of 2009, the Department of Energy, DOE, provided Tesla with a $465 million loan under the Advanced Technology Vehicles Manufacturing Loan Program. Tesla used this funding to develop the Model S and expand production. The company, well, yeah, he did repay the loan in 2013 with interest, but if it weren't for government loans, courtesy of federal funding, courtesy of the taxpayers, that would not have been possible for him to be able to increase his wealth, right? Yeah, I don't think he thought about that. But anyway, government loans and bailouts, tax credits and subsidies, electric vehicle tax credits. Tesla buyers benefited from a $7,500 federal tax credit for purchasing his vehicles. This incentive helped Tesla grow its customer base. Yep, though Tesla exceeded the program's cap in 2018, making its cars no longer eligible for federal EV tax credits. State and local subsidies. Tesla and Solar City have received hundreds of millions in state and local tax incentives, including Nevada's $1.3 billion tax break in 2014 for building the Tesla Gigafactory, New York's $750 million investment for a Solar City factory in Buffalo. SpaceX government contracts. SpaceX has received billions in NASA and Department of Defense contracts, including $2.6 billion in a NASA contract back in 2014 under the Commercial Crew Program, helping develop spacecraft to transport astronauts to the ISS, the International Space Station. A $3 billion Artemis contract in 2021 to develop the Starship lunar lander for NASA's Artemis program. And a military launch contract or contracts. SpaceX has secured multiple contracts with the U.S. Air Force and Space Force for satellite launches. Let's keep it moving. Renewable energy and infrastructure support. Solar City subsidies. Solar City, before merging with Tesla, received federal solar incentives, including investment tax credits that covered 30% of solar installation costs. EV charging infrastructure grants. Tesla has received federal and state funding to build EV charging stations across the country. Moving right along, research and development grants. Musk's companies have benefited from federal R&D grants for electric vehicles, space exploration, and renewable energy technologies. While Musk often presents himself as an independent entrepreneur, his businesses have leveraged significant government support similar to other major U.S. corporations in the tech, automotive, and aerospace industries. And there we have it, folks. But we are parasites.
In summary, Elon Musk has 130 government contracts valued at over 10 to 12 billion every year. 10 to 12 billion every year. And those contracts are not subject to scrutiny. So, talk about being a parasite. Well, they do say when you point, three fingers are pointing back at you. So maybe he's talking about himself. Are you?
But he's not a parasite, right? Because once you obtain the money or the stature that you want, you forget about how you got there. And that's how a lot of people in this country lives. I yield.
Bingo. Bingo.
Oh, quick one. You were talking about Mayor Adams earlier when I left. Mayor Adams' problems did not stem from his pushback against the migrants. In fact, you could read about it in New York Times. His stuff with the migrants was he was going to sue the red states who kept dumping people on his doorstep. So much so that they got around that and they started dumping them in New Jersey and busing them in. He then went after the bus companies. So he had nothing, no pushback to the migrants. His issue was nothing to do with, in fact, his issue started when he decided to change the medical insurers for the fire, the police, and the first responders in New York. And they then decided, you know what, you've got some skeletons in your cupboard and we're going to expose you. And the moment that went viral, that's when FBI went after him for his special appearances in videos in Turkey, stating that New York was opening for business. And then subsequently, he was asked to look the other way if the building, the new designated building as the Turkish embassy, was was fit for purpose, whereas it didn't meet the fire ordinance. And the rest, you know. So it had nothing to do with migrants, nothing whatsoever. So right now, it's we're on what's the word again? We're what's the when you do something tit for tat. Let's just use an English expression. Leave on Latin.
You know the word.
Yeah. So yeah, let's use the old English saying. We're in a tit for tat business right now. So scratch your back, I'll scratch yours. Some people might actually need a scrubber to get their back scrubbed. So what he's doing right now is you're gonna have to open up New York. No more sanctuary city for you. If you do that for us, we'll make this little problem of yours go away. And guess what the guy did? He bent over. You know the rest.
Quid pro quo. That's it. Quid pro quo. Moving right along, NASA to bring Boeing astronauts home days earlier than expected after SpaceX capsule switch up. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this one, courtesy of CNN via WSVN.
Welcome back. Well, a change in plans could bring 2 NASA astronauts back home a little sooner than expected.
Yeah, NASA says SpaceX would switch the capsules being used for upcoming astronaut flights in order to be able to bring Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams home. The return date is scheduled for March 12th, a couple of weeks before the initial return projections. Both Williams and Wilmore have been stuck at the ISS since June and have spent more than 8 months awaiting a return to Earth.
Do we feel this is tremendous? Marlon, I know you were skeptical. So it seems as though they're going to be coming home. So
But did they tell you how they got there in the first place? Do you notice they're quiet about that? You know who took them there, right?
Who took them there? Go ahead and share with us. Who took them there?
The same guy who is trying to get them back. SpaceX.
And who owns SpaceX?
What's his name again? Yeah, I can't, for the love of me, I don't. Is he a very popular person? I don't know.
As a matter of fact, he controls the White House.
Oh, okay. He's your president now. You mean President Elon Musk?
Yeah. Isn't that what his son said when his son turned to Donald Trump and said, "You need to go home. You're not the president."
Why are you sitting in my daddy's chair?
Yeah. I'm telling you. Yep. So Marlon, they're gonna be coming home. But wasn't there a third person? What happened to the third person that was in the video over the Christmas? Remember, over the Christmas, there was a third person with a Christmas hat on their head. Oh, no, I remember.
I remember who you was talking about. Yeah, I think what they would do is keep one person to keep the station going, and then they would draw lots to see who would be stupid enough to want to go up there now.
Up where? Space don't exist. So up where?
Space, the International Space Station.
And we're still gonna hold on to that story. Okay. We have an update.
You mean you look up in the sky and you don't think space exists?
Space don't exist. The space within the firmament exists, but not beyond the firmament. We're in a dome.
Space doesn't exist. Yeah, you want me to call the Martians?
I'm spaced out. You know, space don't exist.
You do know what spaced out means. Hello?
We have an update. You remember this one, Sonia Massey. Remember the incident that happened last year with her and the police officer who brutally murdered her?
Yep.
Okay. Well, we have an update. Let's go ahead and get into this one.
You already know.
Well, Instagram said they removed my video for copyright. Well, all video from 2022 they remove. I just know to reach it. Well, I'm not late with it. Not late. But I'm just telling me them remove my video because of imagine them remove a video where it's dead for them sound, right? Take it from for them catalog. Me not care, do nothing. Not putting food on my table or taking food off my table. Instagram, do what you must. I don't care. All right, Sonia Massey's family and Sangamon, County, agreed to a $10 million settlement over fatal shooting. Let's go ahead and listen to this one, courtesy of CNN via WSV.
The family of an Illinois woman shot and killed by deputies has settled with local officials. The family of Sonia Massey reaching a $10 million agreement with a county in Illinois. A deputy is accused of shooting and killing the 36-year-old last July after she called 911 about a possible prowler in her area. Well, that's when some sort of dispute involving a pot of hot water took place. The family says Massey struggled with mental health issues. The deputy who shot her was fired and remains in jail, charged with first-degree murder. He has pleaded not guilty.
Well, you know what? I'm glad they didn't drag it out. But is 10 million enough? I hope they're not I hope the attorney fees, if there are any not coming out of the 10 million, I hope that's being paid by the city of Sangamon. I hope so.
That usually is the case. Yeah, it's usually compensation plus legal cost. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. I hope so.
You can't put a price on a life.
You cannot. You cannot. Absolutely not. All right. Time for TikTok talk. So it had nothing to do with being highly qualified. Let's take a listen to this first video out of our TikTok talk segment. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There you go. Hold on. What did I press the wrong thing? I bring up. Sorry about that. Let's go.
We have some big news right now. The United States military is no longer going to be recruiting at a prestigious Black Engineering Awards event following Donald Trump's anti-DEI executive order. According to military.com, the United States Army and other service branches will no longer be recruiting this year at the Black Engineer of the Year Awards, or BEYA, B-E-Y-A. It's an annual conference that draws students, academics, and professionals in science, technology, engineering, and math. And historically, it's been used to help recruit some of America's best and brightest in the military and the Pentagon. Well, now after Trump's anti-DEI executive order and Pete Hegseth essentially telling the Department of Defense it can no longer observe Black History Month, it's no longer going to be recruiting from this pool of highly qualified and talented applicants. I'll do a full breakdown shortly on my Substack of what this all means. As always, comment below your thoughts.
Sure. So what I have to say about that?
So a full-blown Christian nationalist who has all sorts of disqualifications and is saying DEI is okay. Interesting. All that I have to say now is, how can I say this? I mean, you're canceling the Department of Education, so what's there else to do? We're just gonna, maybe it will force us as a people to actually value ourselves more and, create the desired community we want for ourselves. Because buying into this nonsense is clearly not working. But Peter Hegseth, wow.
You know what's so funny?
Retail.
Who had issues with the saying Black Lives Matter? Now, what's the new catchphrase? Can someone tell me?
DEI higher?
No, the new catchphrase is only white men can run this country. That's the new catchphrase.
I thought that was always the case, but it was never. It was the quiet part that was never voiced out.
It was very quiet, but
now
not anymore.
Now they've gotten big balls, as the story we read yesterday said.
But we had an issue saying that we mattered. Y'all think about that.
Well, I would say the reason why we have an issue with that is we have a problem, and yeah, no, yeah,
go
you're
ahead,
gonna.
go ahead. No, me now. Don't just say, go ahead.
We have a big problem, and even it's to a lesser degree here. When I say to a lesser degree, it's mounted, but it's not as in the States. This idea that here you go again doing that black stuff. When they say it here, that comes with a degree of self-debasement, almost as if you don't think you're worth anything. But if they pat you on the head, then you're okay. So, and I think I've been watching some, don't ask me why, I've been watching some Black MAGA videos of late, and they have been crying. And every time one comes on, I'm forced to go and make a new cup of tea
They're crying?
Yes. because nah, come on. Don't be like that, spare thoughts. Because for some reason they're also feeling the heat. Because all of a sudden now they're being told that they don't belong. I wonder who told them that. I guess we'll never find out.
Where's James? Has James checked on Candace recently?
Oh, she's got an issue. Have you read? Oh my God, yeah. That's one of the videos. She's got some issues. I shall give you the tea later.
Yes. You know me love the mix-up thing. You know what? At some point in life, you just have to confess who you really are. And as much as you try to suppress certain areas of your life and you say, you know what, you're going to mature and you're going to evolve, a little piece of you hangs on, or you hang on to a little piece of you. We struggle with letting go of certain things. Yes, I want to mix up, I want the tea. And I will be extending my pinky finger as I'm drinking from my teacup, which was made from ivory, made over there in China.
I hear nothing goes down well with maggoteers like a cup of Earl Grey, with a dash of honey. Not a tinge, just a dash.
James, how is Candace doing? Have you checked on Candace recently?
What I'm trying?
We need to know if she's okay with everything that is going on.
Wait, what?
James, you're not.
You've not heard?
No, tell me what.
All right. Well, afterwards we tell you, James. Afterwards we talk about it. You need to check on your girl, see if she's okay.
Well, I know she's pushing back on some of the things that Trump is doing, but I don't know the latest.
She's doing what?
Pushing back on some of the stuff.
Oh no. Where are my pearls? You know what? I'm going to start wearing a pearl necklace because I need to start clutching my pearls. How dare her? She can't do that. Push back against her master. No, James.
Oh.
She who convinced quite a few people, you know what? Next. So CBS News has learned that the Trump administration is sending nonviolent, low-risk migrant detainees who lack serious criminal records or any at all to where? Guantanamo Bay. Let's take a listen to this one.
CBS News has learned the Trump administration is sending nonviolent, low-risk migrant detainees to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Remember, just last month, President Trump said the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo would house what he called the worst migrants and, quote, provide additional detention space for high-priority criminal aliens. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez broke this news for us. What are you learning about this developing situation, and how did you learn about this? Take us behind your reporting.
When President Trump instructed the U.S. government to essentially convert the naval base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, into a large-scale and massive immigration detention center, he said that that facility would be used to detain high-priority criminals and the worst migrants who are in U.S. federal immigration custody. And since then, U.S. officials, including Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, have touted flights that have included migrants who they say are suspected gang members, including members of the Tren de Aragua Venezuelan prison gang, as well as migrants with...
So this is another news outlet confirming the other one that the same thing that we heard earlier, right? Okay.
Serious criminal records that include rapists and murderers. But internal government documents that we obtained here at CBS News, Lindsay, show that in addition to that population, the Trump administration has also been sending migrants who are considered to be nonviolent and also low risk. What does that mean? Well, these are migrants who are in the country illegally, who lack legal status, Lindsay, but otherwise do not have any serious criminal record and are there pending deportation to Venezuela, their home country. And so in many ways, this undermines the messaging from the administration, Lindsay, that Guantanamo Bay would only be used to house and detain the worst of the worst. But in other ways, it does reinforce a message that the administration has communicated to the public repeatedly, and that is that no one in the U.S. illegally is now protected from detention and deportation, even if they're not criminals.
What sort of legal rights do migrants have in this situation?
That is really unclear. We understand that Immigration and Customs Enforcement currently has legal custody over these migrants, but it is very much unknown what their legal rights are exactly, because we have heard from legal services providers, including the ACLU, who are now accusing the Trump administration of holding these migrants without any access to lawyers, calling the facility there a legal black hole. And we can see legal challenges now demanding that the administration provide these detainees, Lindsay, access to legal counsel.
CBS.
When it was announced that they were going to be sending folks to Guantanamo Bay, didn't we have our concerns about it?
Yes, but they're low-level criminals.
No, they're not low level. He said they're all criminals.
Oh,
he's never separated them. I don't think I've ever heard him once not include criminals with immigrants.
Didn't we play the video here? Was it this week or last week, Ja, where it was explained that as long as you are here illegally, they don't care if you're abiding by the laws or not. As long as you're here undocumented, you're a criminal. Remember, Ja? We played the video right here.
Or he betrayed us.
Next, Jasmine Crockett. Hey, I don't think they like her up there, no. Shouldn't ramp, you know. But anyway, let's go ahead and take a listen. Jasmine Crockett exposes a new $300 million contract for Elon Musk while he is going through to find fraud and waste without accountability and transparency. Look at that. But we are the parasites. Yay.
Now, while he was boosting those lies about U.S. aid, and he was stopping money going for, say, things such as Head Start, somehow the only money that didn't stop was the money to him and his organization. Now, I don't know how you can have him be the watchdog as well as the guy that is literally living off of the government. If we want to talk about government welfare, it looks like Elon Musk, because it's my understanding that just on yesterday, a new contract was approved for approximately $300 million for Elon Musk. Now, while he was boosting those lies.
Oh, and here's another one. How much Elon Musk makes from the government a day?
Mr. Talco, do you know how much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts?
No.
The answer is $8 million a day. Just last year, Elon Musk was promised $3 billion from close to 100 contracts with the federal government. Ms. Royal, do you know how much the average person in this country who survives on Social Security, one of our seniors who's worked their entire life, about how much they have to survive on a day?
I do not.
$65 a day. We're not looking into Elon Musk's $8 million a day. This subcommittee, chaired by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the House Republicans, is looking into your grandmother's $65 a day. Let me be clear. I think we would all support taxpayer savings. Look into money we might needlessly send to billionaires and big corporations, find taxpayer savings and send it back to your hardworking family. But instead, what House Republicans and the Trump-Musk administration want to do is they want to look into your kids' lunch money, your kids' teacher's salary, into your grandparents' Social Security. They want to take that money and give it out in billionaire tax cuts. And they're talking about that in committee tomorrow, in budget committee tomorrow. They just released their plan. So let me be clear. When Republicans talk about government efficiency in this Congress, they're not looking into billionaires who don't pay their taxes. They're not looking into billionaires who get rich off of government contracts. They're not looking into Elon Musk firing watchdogs who are supposed to keep him accountable. They're looking at cutting your public schools. They're going straight for your Social Security. They're coming straight for cancer research. They're coming straight for the Department of Education. They're not looking at big tech. They're not looking at big pharma because those people fund their campaigns. Mr. Talco.
You notice he said the Trump-Musk administration. I found that funny. All right, and the next one is it's a huge pick. Let's listen to this.
Now, I find it ironic, of course, that our chairwoman, Congresswoman Green, is in charge of running this committee. Now, in the last Congress, Chairwoman Green literally showed a dick pic in our oversight congressional hearing. So I thought I'd bring one as well. Now, this, of course, we know is President Elon Musk. He's also the world's richest man. He was the biggest political donor in the last election. He has billions of dollars in conflicts of interest. And we know that he is leading a power grab, also abided by and encouraged by Donald Trump and, of course, the chairwoman, Congresswoman Green. Now, I find it ironic, of course, that our chairwoman, Congresswoman Green, is in charge of running this committee. Now, in the last Congress, Chairwoman Green literally showed a dick pic in our oversight congressional hearing. So I thought.
Yes, sir. It is interesting. I would love to be a fly on the wall out there.
I saw it when he flashed the excuse me, the dick pic, and you see everybody just start killing over with laughter. God. And what's her name? What's the blonde butch, whatever, that
big back.
Yeah. Just looking on, order. Shut up.
I have a question for everyone, but first I want to say I agree with Mr. President. We should not end the day on this type of hysteria that's happening in the world right now, because we don't need this in our heads going on with the rest of the day. But my question to everyone is, everything that is happening now, the courts have placed stops on them, I guess, if you want to call it that, for the moment, right? And then you have the story you played earlier with the young lady noticing that none of the Republicans were actually in chambers.
Yeah.
And she's fighting, right? How does it change when we don't have the power to change it? That's my question for everyone.
How do we have the power? How do we enact power? Legally.
That's the part.
Okay, so studying history, the thing has not been, you cannot go toe to toe with the state. All you can do is create ruckus. And how do you do that? You don't acquiesce and you strike. Eventually it will break. All that a dam needs to become dysfunction is just a crack. And eventually water will start seeping through that crack. You know what water does? It expands wherever it's going because of that pressure. So that's what we can do. Organize. But it's go on.
I'm sorry, Adesoji. But in the United States, the only time things have really changed was when?
Okay, so you're studying history. The chance of that changing was when what's his name? Who was in power then? Was he? What's the guy with the dam?
Who?
Hoover, yeah. Hoover, when the idea of what to do with the American situation after the Great Depression. No, it wasn't J. Hoover. It was after the Great Depression. Who was the one who passed the New Deal? Who was the New Deal guy? Okay, let's just say the New Deal guy. Basically, that time America was going through a recession. And the four robber barons decided...
Roosevelt.
Yeah, Roosevelt. Thank you very much. So the four robber barons went to Roosevelt and said, there are two things that can happen here. One would be to fund all of the social works or to continue as we are. And if we do, the four of us here, we no longer exist. I can guarantee you that. So at the moment, the oligarchs have captured the wheels of power. How do the people get it back? You're going to have to start putting pressure on your representative. Start from the representative and organize schools. This idea that we're powerless, we're not powerless. Organize your schools. How they take books off your school shelves is to create that idea that you're powerless. Organize with parents around you. Go to those school meeting boards. Go and stand for election. Stand for election. Speak. Let people see you. And, and then from there, the mayor, your city council, your police unions. Put yourself out there, and let's take one victory at a time, and it can be done.
Oh, okay, because my mind was just thinking war, but I'm glad you. I'm glad.
No. Can't do it that way.
I'm glad he said that. But for me, the only change that has really happened in this world is when you had to actually fight. You had to physically fight.
Yes. Speaking of physically fight, I will enjoy you to go with a quote of one of the greatest revolutionaries of all times, Che Guevara. He said, and I quote, "If you're not ready to take on your adversary, in war, don't even think of doing so." Why? Because the only chance of survival is still being around. The moment you put your head above the parapet and they consider you weak, they will cut your head off. And that's it. It's done. So no, not war. Organize. Organize based on your collective interest. If it's groceries that you don't like buying from one store, you look at that store and you decide that store is antithetical to everything that you as a person value. Find people who share the same values, organize with them to boycott the store.
We have to be smart with how we move.
Exactly. Strategize.
Yeah.
And on and on and on and on and on. It might seem, what's it called? Too big, nah. You'll be surprised what happens. In the age of social media, all you need to do is say, okay, 5 super moms have decided we're not going to shop in Walmart. And you have a statement ready that this is the reason why you should. Put yourself out there on social media. This is why we're not shopping in. You're surprised that people will start buying into what you're doing. And that's it. That's how you do it.
So in that story that I always bring up, The Handmaid's Tale, the government took over the banks. They took over the money. They first started with taking money from every woman's account and giving it to the man. A lot of that I see happening. So if you don't have money, right, how do you fight? Again, like I said, I still think it's unfortunately going to be more physical than it is a mental and a game, not a game, a fight with our voices.
Well, the late Martin Luther King, the reason why he was actually killed was that speech he gave with regards to now that we have human rights, we need economic rights. So it's all about the money. Attack them at their money. If it's one thing the money class value more than human lives, is their money. Don't shop with them.
And here's the thing, Ja. Here's the thing. Certain conversations, I think we as a community, we have to remember certain conversations have to go underground. Because once they are on platforms that are not owned by us, and even when they're owned by us, people who are not us will come into the platforms and to learn. Remember, they study us. They're paying attention to us. So we have to be smart. So yeah, great question.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, great question. But the answer cannot be given in this setting. Right? Ask the question to initiate thought And just like how people back in the day were able to do certain hairstyles and use that as a code, sing certain songs, use that as a code. Just like how in some communities, when them throw the sneaker over the power line, that means something. Just like how in some communities, when you wear a certain color, it means something. We're gonna have to go with saying less. We have to be smart. We have to move smarter. If you notice too, when you were talking about war, if you notice over in California, the Latin community is kind of worried, concerned why the Black Americans are not showing up. But the Black Americans are pointing out, hey, if you notice something, if we show up, the police will come out of their cars. We're not there, and they're sitting in their cars allowing you to protest. So that in and of itself should tell us, especially within the Black community, you have to move differently. You cannot put your physical body on the front line because that is what they are expecting. We have to move differently. It's a different day. It's a new dawn. Yes, we know that sometimes physical is what works, but we have to be more strategic. You know, you hear me ask, I've asked this before, and I'm not going to go in depth with the question. I'm going to keep it as scant as possible. If we today existed back then when slavery was the thing, would slavery have lasted as long? And I'm leave it right there.
I don't mean to put a damper on proceedings. Oh no, let me not do so. Let's just leave it. Just to inform you, has been confirmed.
Yeah. Did we expect it not to happen, Adesoji? Be honest, did you think it wasn't going to happen? Who has not been confirmed, that has been up for confirmation, has been to a confirmation hearing? Who hasn't been confirmed, Adesoji?
Cash Patel has not been confirmed yet.
Why?
So.
What? So isn't it gonna happen though?
It will happen. It might not happen. Actually, come to think of it,
the only one so far that didn't happen is the one that stepped down because it was just too crazy what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
All of them are being confirmed. All of them. So I mean, the truth is, I'm not surprised. Thanks for the update. It's just an update.
Well, but if you must know, there was a Republican that voted with them. What's his name? Mitch McConnell.
Glitchy? He was able to vote. That's good. I'm happy for him. He was able to exercise his right. I don't know. But you didn't finish the sentence, Adesoji.
No, yeah, he did. Glitchy did. He came through.
He came through? Good.
Yeah.
Happy for him.
He didn't glitch. He didn't glitch this time.
He didn't. He was able to function.
Yeah.
Okay. What can I say? It's time for Business and Tech News. Our Business and Tech News segment. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. Don't forget, folks, remember to head on over to grantcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all your coffee products. Just use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. Again, use CoffeeInto20 at checkout to enjoy 20% off all your coffee products on www.grantcoffeehouse.com. All right. First up, Canada's TD Bank to exit Charles Schwab's stake. Wow, worth $15.4 billion. TD Bank been in the news quite a bit. Okay, let's see what this article is about. Let's take a read here. According to CNBC.com, Toronto Dominion Bank made an announcement on Monday. It will exit from the 10.1% stake it has in financial services firm Charles Schwab. This is a part of a strategic review undertaken by the Canadian lender following the landmark fine from U.S. regulators. TD holds 184.7 million shares of Schwab's common stock, worth roughly $15.4 billion based on its last closing price. Charles Schwab shares were last down 3.2% in pre market trading. Canada's second largest bank had warned of a challenging 2025 in December and suspended its medium term earnings forecast as it works through its anti money laundering remediation program following a U.S. regulatory probe. TD also said it would hold a strategic review. In October, TD Bank became the largest bank in U.S. history to plead guilty to violating a federal law aimed at preventing money laundering and agreed to pay more than $3 billion in penalties to resolve the charges. The plea deal, which includes a rare imposition of an asset cap and other business limitations, that was a result of multiple U.S. government investigations into what authorities described as pervasive issues. All right, so clean up your house, TD Bank. Clean up your house. What can I say? Next up, oh, jeez, this is back in the news again. As if I'm not tired of them already. Tesla drops 6% after BYD partners with DeepSeek. Musk adds to Doge distractions with OpenAI bid. Well, according to CNBC.com, Tesla shares dropped 6% on Tuesday after Chinese rival BYD announced plans to develop autonomous vehicle technology with DeepSeek and said it would offer its autopilot-like system in nearly all of its new cars, adding to fears that Elon Musk's company is falling behind the competition. There's also growing concern surrounding Musk's distractions outside of Tesla after news surfaced that the world's richest person is offering to lead an investor group in purchasing OpenAI while he steps up his work with President Donald Trump's White House. Tesla's stock price has slid for 5 straight days. It's not sliding enough. It should just slip and fall, falling close to 17% over that stretch to $328.5. $328.50, wiping out over $200 billion in market cap. BYD, which has emerged as Tesla's fiercest rival on the world stage, said on Monday that at least 21 of its new model vehicles will come equipped with its partially automated driving systems that include features for automatic parking and navigating on highways. You know what's going to happen? Hey, you know what? If ever allow them China vehicles there, them China EV vehicle that will cost $10,000 for them, the vehicle over there, for reach American market, Tesla done. I done it done right there, so for Tesla. But really and truly though, why do cars cost so much in the US? Are we buying cars or are we putting ourselves in debt? Which is it? Think about that for a second. You take out a car note. You can choose to pay it over 5 years or 6 years. That's all? 72 months. Yeah. And by the time you don't pay for your car, you can buy 2 cars. You could have bought 2 cars. Why are cars here so expensive? And why is it that we have to pay so much for a car? Why should I be buying the car twice? That don't make no sense.
Yeah, Owens. I don't think those cars have to reach the American market for Tesla to crash. I believe that once they dominate other markets, because remember, Tesla is going to lose a lot of people in America and Canada because of politics, right? A lot of people, as soon as they're able to dump their Tesla, they're going to do it. But if these other vehicle, because like just say the market, as I said, India is growing, right? African countries are growing, and those cars would do better in places like Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya than a Tesla. They're half the price, and people that live in some of these emerging African economies, they can afford those better than a Tesla. And so I believe that once it takes over the global market, I give Tesla about 3 more years. I think eventually, if I have any stock, I would sell them out now, because I give them at least 2 to 3 years. I don't think they're going to be as powerful as we thought they were going to be. I think it's going to come tumbling down.
It is. I see. The writing is on the wall. It's just a matter of time. He will not be able to compete. Not at all. Not at all. So
he won't need to, because he's making 2 billion. I forget the number I just came up with. 2,900,000,000 and something dollars a year. I just multiplied that 8 million by 365 days.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. $8 million a day is what he gets off of us, the parasites. Can you imagine? Parasites. Parasites don't work. No, parasites don't work.
And then when they get rid of the IRS, you won't have to pay taxes either.
Next up, one more. Listen, folks, just get used to the name. And I know his name is going to eventually disappear from the news, because Trump is not happy that we're hearing more about Elon than we're hearing about him. And I'd rather hear about Donald. So according to AOL, you got mail. Elon Musk leads an offer to buy ChatGPT's parent company for nearly $100 billion. So we have to keep those contracts going, right? Parasites, keep working. Yeah. In a high stakes bid that could reshape the future of artificial intelligence, Elon Musk is leading a group of investors who have offered to buy OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT, for $97.4 billion. Musk has long feuded with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and has filed a number of legal complaints against the company and Altman, claiming that the AI company and its leadership have misrepresented OpenAI as a philanthropy. Musk claims that OpenAI has broken with its founding charter by seeking to make a profit with its AI tools. OpenAI is operated by a nonprofit that controls an entity called OpenAI LP, a for-profit company that exists within the larger company structure. That for-profit company took OpenAI from effectively worthless to a valuation of around $100 billion in just a few years. And Altman is largely credited as the mastermind of that plan and the key to the company's success. That massive investment from Musk, first reported in the WSJ Wall Street Journal, could give Musk majority control of the company, which rivals his X.AI artificial intelligence company. In response, Altman said in a post on X, "No, thank you, but we will buy Twitter for $9.74 billion if you want."
There was no need for that. That was a slap down. There was no need for that.
So don't laugh then. Don't laugh. I'm hysterical. Listen, I like it when you see rich people, tussle. I think it's nice. Folks, it's rich people business. We're just watching from the sidelines, right? We are watching from the sidelines. And that was our business and tech segment, brought to you by Grant Coffee House. Log on to grantcoffeehouse.com today and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. At checkout, enter the code COFFEEINTO20. Again, enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Head on over to www.grantcoffeehouse.com and at checkout, enter the code coffee into 20. And now it is time for our health and science segment. Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. All right, and we are back. WHO launches platform to provide free cancer medicines for children in low-income countries. This article, courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly.com. The World Health Organization, WHO, has launched a new platform aimed at providing cost-free cancer medicines to children in low and middle income countries, addressing the growing gap in survival rates. The initiative began with the delivery of the first medicines to Mongolia and Uzbekistan, with additional shipments planned for Ecuador, Jordan, Nepal, and Zambia as part of the pilot phase. This project aims to provide uninterrupted supplies of quality assured childhood cancer treatments to around 5,000 children across at least 30 hospitals in these 6 nations by the end of the year. The WHO emphasizes that the medicines will be provided at no cost, zero money, no moolah to the countries involved. So these countries, please do not turn around and charge their families anything. You got it for free, pass it on for free. The WHO said that childhood cancer survival rates in low and middle income countries were often below 30%, compared with around 80% in high income countries. The initiative began with the delivery of medications to Mongolia, as we said, and Uzbekistan, with plans for shipments to Ecuador, Jordan, Nepal, and Zambia as part of the pilot phase. Now, additional countries such as El Salvador, Moldova, Senegal, Ghana, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka are expected to join soon. So the WHO chief emphasized that for too long, children with cancer have lacked access to life-saving medicines, adding that the platform would bring health and hope to children around the world. The goal is to expand the program to 50 countries over the next 5 to 7 years, aiming to provide medicines to approximately 120,000 children. An estimated 400,000 children are diagnosed with cancer globally each year, with most cases occurring in resource-limited areas. According to the WHO, 70% of children in these settings die from cancer due to factors such as lack of appropriate treatment, treatment interruptions, or substandard medications. The platform is a collaborative effort between the WHO and St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis, Tennessee, and it was first announced in December 2021. The nonprofit pediatric treatment and research institution has so far committed US $200 million to its launch. That's according to the WHO, calling it the largest financial commitment ever made for childhood cancer medicines globally. And let us remember, the WHO said cost-free prevention would continue beyond the pilot phase, and the platform is working on developing its sustainability over the longer term. All right. It's a shame. I hate to see children with cancer. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. I'm born with cancer, some of them. It's really painful to watch. And what is sad is that there's an easy fix. There's an easy fix. But with what is happening now here in the US, only God can save us, because regulations are going to be a thing of the past, right? Companies are going to be able to just do as they please without any thought of whom is going to be affected by their choices. I want to hope and hold on to the thread of possibility that these companies will just step up and do the right thing. Let it not just be about money and greed and capitalism ruling their hearts. I just hope. All right. Anybody wants to add anything to this one? Well, that was our health and science segment brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com for 100% natural products and, of course, for a natural, beautiful you. All right. And here it is. We are at the end of our YouTube live stream. We will be back on YouTube tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m., God willing. So I want to say thank you to everyone who subscribed. We gained some more subscribers today. Thank you so much for subscribing to the Coffee Into YouTube channel and helping us to grow. Thank you to everyone who has watched the podcast or watched individual videos. Also, remember to head on over to the website, coffeeinto.com. We have updated it. We have some new stories there that we were not able to cover today on the show. Stories from the different segments. And of course, you can use that channel, use the website to follow us on the social media platforms as well. And remember to check out the resources page for the resources that we have available there. And, you know, we updated that during the show with the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue 2025. We're going to be adding more links there as we go along. And also head on over to the shop tab and you can click the links to lormelskinfood.com as well as to grantcoffeehouse.com. And thank you. So we'll be back with you tomorrow morning for more stories, more great conversation, interactive conversation. And don't forget to engage with us, right? So comment, like, share, engage. Yes, share. And encourage others to subscribe to the channel as well. So thank you once again, and we'll see you tomorrow. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House.